AngryAussie.
There we go. Friday night is live. Yes, waiting for the regular crowd to shuffle in. It's that little bit of lull between when I start the stream and when people join the stream. But it's Friday night. If you happen to be watching this back, hey, how you doing? It's just you and me now. So that's pretty sexy, isn't it? So I don't actually expect people to watch this back, but some people do. And even if no one does, I'm keeping myself company, keeping up this little monologue with no one to bounce it off. But we will get there eventually in the end. We will get to interaction, party, fun, happening times. I'm even starting the night with a non-alcoholic beverage. Sort of not 100% true because I had an alcoholic beverage before the stream. But first stream drink, energy drink. Big ol' energy drink. To see if I can make it for many, many, many hours tonight. We'll see what happens. I'm not placing any expectations on anything. Tonight's kind of wild, free and easy, free form, free flowing, and we will see where that takes us. And hello, Megalich, how you doing? So it's going to be hopefully fun. Relax it, do normal stuff, chat, get a vibe happening. At some point, if people want to join in Angry Bunch style, we'll do a bit of that. And then I'm going to try something different. Hey, Salumi, how are you going? Yes. Once I'm 3 sheets to the wind, basically. Gonna try monologuing some stuff for potential use as pre-recorded videos on AngryAussie channel. Maybe a reinvention of it. Who knows? Could be something, might be nothing. Silumi, you're tired. Union day, but people's out. I am fine. A manageable day. I had one fairly productive work discussion. Then I did some boring bureaucratic shite. But, it's stuff I had to do, and I got a chunk of it done, so that's fine. But I've been doing a lot of interacting with people from different departments at work. And by and large, it has been a very productive and positive experience. I could single out particular people being less so, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So I will just soldier on. It is very weird, I think, how affected I get from someone being a bit antagonistic at work. So they don't love me. They don't love me. Why don't they love me? Which is ridiculous. But by and large, things go well. Sulumi, probably not late tonight. That's fair. Overtime tomorrow. Place ready for house inspection. You do not want to tire yourself out tonight then. You have busy times ahead. But it's very nice to have you here, whoever however long we have you. So I've been busy making some cocktail channel content in the hour before going live, which did involve making one drink and drinking it, but also just involved preparing. So I was doing barrel stuff, was decanting one barrel and then refilling it. Thank you, Salumi. That's a good sum up. They're trash if they don't like me. Well, again, if there's a thing, I don't think it's personal. I think it's just a work thing. And hey, Justin, how are you? Good to see you. On a Friday night, party night. But I better say, look at me being wild and crazy with but it's an energy drink, and I'm drinking like fucking huge amount. I think these cans, they're like far beyond what's recommended for you to drink, but like, fuck it, bro, fuck it. I don't drink coffee. Got to get caffeine from somewhere. So, and I figure if I'm going to do a longer stream tonight, a little bit of energy boost at the start wouldn't go astray, because it's all depressants for me. Alcohol. Like, I found this. I think I'd set this aside for when I was barrel aging something. I think this was the unbarrel aged I was going to do a comparison. And then I think I forgot to do. I think this is an old fashioned. But I fucking forgot whatever it is. And oh, well, fuck it, I'm going to drink that. I'll stir it on ice a little later. But I'll just work my way through the ginormous energy drink. Not the biggest I've seen, as the actress said to the bishop. Way back when I was in the US and went to 7-Eleven, they had, I'm not sure if it was Monster or someone else, they had an even bigger can than that, which they called the BFC, the big fucking can. Justin, I don't know the details. I would doubt Morrison is refusing to move out of Kirribilli. I would say it's more likely Morrison has asked, can he delay moving out, which is still a fucking liberty. But I doubt he's refusing to. Salumi, talking cocktails, had very good reviews of the perfect drink scale and app thing. Not sure what that is. Oh yeah, no, I think we should all pitch in and unpack it. Yeah, Strictly Sacred. I thought I saw that, because those things are an abomination on a number of levels. Fucking class warfare, and also being a grift. Yeah, that was more what I thought. Strictly Sacred. Morrison asked for extra time. His house was being renovated. I said no. Actually, and the headline from 4 hours ago, he's moved out. I mean, he's such a piece of shit. He is such a piece of shit. Hey, Greg. Hello. How are you? Hope you are well. As we zone into the weekend. This had a really decadent, unhealthy dinner. I just made loaded chips at home. And these were just freezer chips, like from the supermarket. Baked them in the oven and then covered them with cheese and ham and baked that. So unhealthy. And it's just the mood I was in tonight. So yeah. Go to makeitperfectly.com. Okay. Make it perfectly.com. Okay. Okay, a scale. That's interesting. Okay, so what I'm guessing this is it's a smart scale. It has certain thing programmed in, and it has some classic cocktail recipes in, and you put your glass on there, and then you hit the button and say, "I'm making this." And it goes, "Okay, first pour in this," and you pour it, and it tells you when you've poured the right amount. I can see the appeal. It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. It's what fucking jiggers are for. Oh yeah, no. It's just someone's done the programming for a smart scale. I can see the appeal of it. I think it's completely unnecessary because, I mean, that's what the jig is for. But, if it's the sort of thing you like to play with, I can see it. Yeah, I mean, okay, I can see what it does. That's a good one, Salumi. People without fine motor skills, although I think they might still have trouble controlling the ball. Look, I can see exactly how it works, and I can see the appeal of it. At least it's not like one of those hideous machines that they say automatic cocktail makers. You put bottles in it and push a button, and it supposedly measures. I mean, those things are fucking awful. This thing is you're still pouring it yourself, and it's telling you when you've poured enough, essentially, and it's doing it by weight, which is a valid way to do it. Okay, here's my suspicion. If that product is successful, its main market, and again, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but I think its main market will be people who haven't gotten seriously into cocktails and they're a bit daunted by it, and the advertising pitch works on them, and it says, "Hey, this takes all the pressure off you. You hit the button and we'll tell you when to stop." And I can see it working for some people. I absolutely see it working for some people. But yes, I feel like who it will work with is people who, for whatever reason, are daunted by the idea of doing the measurements. And I honestly think that's because people don't realize how easy it is. I'm not saying they're hopeless, they're pathetic. I think it's just people who are daunted by the concept and they don't actually understand it's quite easy. But again, if it gives people an entree, because it's also to an extent, it seems like it could make it easier to get recipes. You just go, I've got these, and there's that recipe. I hit the button, and then I just pour this till it says to, pour this till it says to pour this till it says to. So I think it could, exactly as you're saying, Salumi, it could be very friendly at the introductory level for people who feel like it's a bit daunting. I think eventually someone who used something like this would eventually work out it's not that difficult, and the idea of it being daunting was largely a psychological barrier. But yeah. Yes. Just you hear Fridge Ninja was getting some ice. Oh yeah, you get little measuring glasses for cocktails from Kmart. Yeah. And I mean, they're not just for cocktails. You get measuring glasses for cooking and stuff. But yeah. Oh yeah. I actually got I got one. It must have come from Dan's, because after using the same Boston shake for ages, that's the bit where you have the two halves. Some people use two tins. I have one that's half glass, like a pint glass, and the other part's a tin. I have the glass one because that's for making videos, so you can see me pouring the ingredients into the glass. And I've been using it for a couple of years, and I started to get really paranoid. It can't last forever. I'm going to fucking break this thing eventually, and I don't want to be stuck when I break it. But I wanted another one that was half glass, half tin, and all the ones I saw, both halves were tin. And then Dan's had one, and I forget how much it was. It was pretty cheap. It was maybe $20, where it was glass and tin. And I thought, brilliant, getting that. And then I realized it was exactly the same as the one I had. So I don't even remember if my original one came from Dan's or not. Strictly taken, that's why I reckon the ones that plug bottles, the supposed cocktail robots that you sit bottles into, they're a very silly toy, and they make terrible drinks. They're fucking awful. I tell you what, I think, because of course anyone who thinks technology is not going to get better is a fucking idiot. I think these home things are probably always going to be shit, just because to make them not shit is logistically very difficult. And that's not as in computer power or programming difficult. It's just logistics. Like, you basically stick the bottles in a thing, and there's these little tubes that then run to your pouring spout. To make the drinks properly, those tubes would have to flush clean every time you use them, and they just don't. You could theoretically make one that flushed clean, but that would be a whole fucking thing. So, but what I have seen, and this is the thing, I think they're like in Japan, and I can see this happening first in tourist places, then maybe in some other high-end places, an actual robot behind the bar. And I've seen these, and it's like a robot that moves around on rails, and it picks bottles up and does measures into the thing, ice, shake, 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 pour. They're a novelty at the moment. And there's only like a few of them in the world, but I can see them becoming quite widespread in, like I said, first it would be touristy places, but then some high-end places, because they'd make relatively good drinks, I think, because they're literally pouring into things and shaking. Justin, proper bartenders will measure cocktails. Not so much with shot glasses, although you can use shot glasses. I'll show you. This is... Okay, so I have a shot glass with measuring lines on it. And this is from... It's got 5 mil measuring lots, from 5 mils to 30 mils, one shot. But this is what I use mostly for making cocktails. You can see the grooves on it. They're also on the inside. Each one of those is 15 mils, because 15 mils is the most common sort of delineation of cocktail ingredients. It's like 15, 30, 45, 60 mils. So a proper bartender will measure, because the whole thing about eyeballing a drink, you've got no way of knowing if you're getting the balance right. And the whole thing about cocktails good cocktails and a proper thing, it isn't just about getting drunk. It's about measuring and balancing. Truly good cocktails have balance, and you get just this really nice flow of flavors when you drink it. So ideally, it's not just about getting drunk. Ah, so let me be making shaking cocktails for fruity ones. Yeah, fruity. Basically, if a cocktail has fruit juice, sugar, or not sugar, if a cocktail has fruit juice or egg in it, you shake it. If it's just spirits, liqueurs, and sugar syrup, you usually stir it. So that's basically that's simplifying it, but that's basically the dividing line. If it has fruit juice or egg in it, you really want to integrate those ingredients. You shake on ice, and that chills, aerates, and it does dilute the drink a bit too. Shaking chills drinks faster, and because when something's got fruit juice in it, it's not going to be clear anyway. It's going to be cloudy. So the visual representation's not such a big deal. But if you're making something that's just spirits and liqueur and sugar syrup, it's probably going to be clear. So it's more aesthetically pleasing if you stir it and serve it up, because it just looks better. If you shake a traditionally stirred drink, a martini, an old-fashioned, a Negroni and whatnot, when you pour it in the glass, it's going to be cloudy. And most people find it more visually appealing if the drink is clear. So that's basically the reason. Both are to chill and dilute the drink a bit. Shaking also integrates like fruit juice and elements like that, an egg. But you could stir a fruit juice drink. No big deal if you did. You couldn't really stir one that has egg, because if it's either egg white or egg yolk or the whole egg, it needs to be really integrated. So you need to shake or blend that. But I mean, you could stir one with fruit. It's tradition. It's like, yeah, well, fuck it, it's not clear, so let's just shake it. You just shake it. It integrates all the stuff, aerates it, makes it a bit lighter. And it doesn't matter that it's not clear, because it wasn't going to be clear anyway. So that's the general rule. There are exceptions, and that's why the whole the James Bond line about martinis shaken not stirred is just dumb. Just shows Ian Fleming made that up because he thought it sounded cool. It wasn't a drink he had he thought it sounded cool. It's just dumb. Don't shake martinis. It's so uncool. But yeah, the idea is the way Bond orders a Vespa martini is really attention grabbing, because it just starts off saying martini, and the bartender goes off to make, but then he stops him and gives him this really meticulous order. 3 parts gin, Gordon's of course, 1 part vodka, half a part Kino Lillet, shaken on ice till very cold, served with a twist of lemon. Whereas vodka is bullshit. Why the fuck you do that? I don't know. Actually, I can see why. If people weren't really into gin, if they found the taste of gin a bit off-putting, mixing gin and vodka lightens that a bit and could ease someone into drinking gin. But yeah, the shaken is just dumb. Stir it on ice till it's cold, or keep it in the freezer. But yes, my preferred martini. Well, okay, I don't even count it as martini if it's got vodka in it. Ew. I'm a snob. Yeah, gin, martini, dry. So at least 4 parts gin to 1 part vermouth, maybe 6 parts gin to 1 part vermouth. I think Kirsten has hers like 8 parts gin to 1 part vermouth, so just a hint of vermouth in it. I like a little bit more vermouth than that. Stir it on ice, nice and cold, or keep it in the freezer. And twist of lemon is my chosen garnish for a martini. Some people like an olive, and some people like a dirty martini where you put the olive brine in the martini. I don't hate a dirty martini. I'm not into it though. I just like a dry martini. And there's also a dry martini served with cocktail onions as the garnish. That's Gibson. It's a Gibson martini. Really, the only difference is the garnish is cocktail onions. Well, see, Salumi, martinis they're a whole spectrum. So basically, it's okay, yeah, let's fuck vodka off out of the equation altogether. It's gin and aromatized wine, usually a dry aromatized wine. So that's gin and vermouth. Now, the ratios can vary a lot. A standard martini is mostly gin with some vermouth. And the more vermouth that's in it, it's called wetter. The less vermouth that's in it, so it's mostly gin, that's called a drier martini. And so it's normally somewhere in the realm of like 2.5 to 3 ounces of drinkies in it. Hey, Safa, by the way. So, for instance, if you were having a very wet martini, it might be 2 ounces of gin and 1 ounce of dry vermouth, so 3 ounces all up. Some people do 50-50. Like, in fact, Mrs. Angry's through experimentation, we found out Mrs. Angry likes it 50-50 gin and sweet vermouth, which is quite unusual. And in fact, I've seen that drink, rather than being called any sort of martini, I've seen it called gin and it, the it as in Italia, like a sweet Italian vermouth. Or as some people call it, a pink martini, because sweet vermouth's usually red. But yeah, it's very uncommon to use sweet vermouth in martinis. We just discovered through experimentation. That's how Mrs. Angry likes it. I like it with about 2 to 2.5 ounces of gin to 1/2 ounce of vermouth. So that's like 4 or 5 or even 6 parts gin to 1 part vermouth. Kirsten says like she has hers 8-to-1, so that's like 2.5 ounces of gin and just a splash of vermouth, like just a tiny amount of vermouth, like a spoonful maybe. Hey Rays, how you doing? Yes, Salumi, that's a real thing. Also, if and when you get vermouth, keep it in the fridge. It will oxidize and won't last as long and will actually taste gross if once you open it, you leave it out of the fridge. When you open it, take it out of the fridge. My recommendation, well, see, this is where it gets into, there are some very cheap vermouths at Dan's. I happen to like, well, actually, I've had a couple of Australian vermouths I really like, particularly like Maiden Eye, and they do make some half-size bottles. But in terms of cost, I try to teach them. In terms of cost, until you find one you like, you might be better off getting like a bottle of Cinzano from Dan's and keeping it in the fridge. And even if it's half full, if you think it's not good anymore, chucking it out until you find one you like. But yeah, if you do that, The way to tell is, I guess, when you first get it, taste it, either straight or in a mixed drink, and hopefully you like it. Because, yeah, my first bottle was a bottle of Cinzano, which I never kept in the fridge, and it was gross. And it was only much later I worked out, that's a shit vermouth. And I found this Maiden Eye vermouth, which is, it's literally 3 times more expensive than Cinzano. And I bought it just sort of, okay, I'll try it out. I said, but is it really 3 times better than Cinzano? And then I mixed a drink and tasted it and went, it's 3 times better. It's at least 3 times better than Cinzano. Now, this is a personal taste thing, and not everyone's going to want to do that. But I do get more expensive. Again, they're not as expensive as spirits, but I do get more expensive vermouths rather than going for the really cheap ones. And I think I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Oh, good Lord. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it all comes down to what you want out of the vermouth. Rottweiler dude, the ALP winning the election was a major fucking relief. Anyone who was on the live stream election night will have known how tense I was and how the awful spectre of the LNP retaining power filled me with dread, quite honestly. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible prospect. But they didn't. They got a caning. They lost 20 seats. And Labor actually ended up with a majority government, which it took us a while to find out if that was going to be the case. My biggest feeling was relief. Now, are my expectations of Labor low? Yes, they are. I'd rather have low expectations and have those expectations exceeded rather than have high hopes for Labor and be disappointed. But you never know. I'm not judging anything yet. I feel like it's an absolute safe bet that over the next 3 years, Labor will do things that make me go, fuck you. Why did you do that? Fuck you. I hold out hope they will also do things that make me go, oh my God, thank God there is just vaguely decent people in charge now. Because the LNP were a fucking shit show. Yeah, Justin, the Senate count is incredibly complicated. Yeah, I haven't even been keeping pace. I assume from you saying that, it's not finished yet. I haven't been paying attention. That's what happens when so many people contest the Senate. It's takes a long time to distribute the preferences. So, yeah. But yes, my immediate feeling about ALP is relief. And dare I say, a little bit of hope. Just a little. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out in the next 3 years. I think, barring any disasters, like any sort of disastrously bad handling of things by Labor, I think the LNP are going to get fucking creamed at the next election. Like their 50-something seats they have now, 20 of them are. I know I've been saying this every stream since the result was pretty clear. But even with their pissy minority, 20 of those seats are marginal going into the next election. And they lost a ton of fucking seats that weren't regarded as marginal. So they are up the fucking shit. I think, again, a combination of conservative independents and Labor are going to fucking rip them to pieces at the next election. But that is in the future. Predicting the future is a mug's game. Never believe anyone who thinks they can predict the future. Was that suffer in Canada? The PM chooses senators until they turn 75 years old. Until who turns 75? The senators or the PM? Oh, Jesus. Strictly Sega. Murdoch's going to be fucking vile. Murdoch's going to be fucking vile in the next 3 years. They suck so much, all the Murdoch hacks. Justin, yeah, I didn't even go there. A federal ICAC is LNP is not going to come up smelling like roses from any sort of criminal investigation. And yeah, Dutton's a fucking hoot. Dutton is an absolute hoot as an opposition leader. The level of denial about how electorally toxic he is cracks me up. It's so fucking funny. Absolutely disconnected from reality. Anyone who thinks he can win an election. Okay, Senator Safa, how you're explaining the Canadian Senate system is basically like the House of Lords in England, in that the elected representatives appoint senators, and then they're senators and they eventually retire. Okay. See, strictly saying that's the $1 million question. Dutton himself is clearly abso-fucking-lutely delusional and is in absolute denial about what electoral poison he is. Are the rest of the party as stupid as him, as in the Conservatives? Because obviously the less conservative members of the Liberal Party fucking hate Dutton. But I mean, one theory that Mrs. Angry floated when we were talking about it, and I think she's on to something, because I think no matter what, the LNP are getting fucking smashed at the next election. I find it very difficult to believe anything else will happen. But again, 3 years is a long time. Everything could be completely different by then. But so I think most rational people looking at the current situation assumes the LNP are going to lose the next election. So whoever leads them into that election is going to be a loser. So I think the more progressive members of the Liberal Party who may have leadership aspirations look at it and see Dutton wants to be leader, and they're just like, yeah, fuck it, take it, dude, because we're definitely going to lose with you as leader, and I'll let you take that hit, and then we can fucking sideline you for good, and then I can make my move. I mean, we will never know what people's motivation was, but I think just as, looking at things, I guess, I think that was a pretty good take, quite honestly. So what was this, Justin? You made a prediction the other night. A few decades, majority of Parliament would be gay. I think Parliament may more accurately reflect the percentage of the population who are not vanilla cishet. No, I don't think the majority of Parliament will be gay. Maybe more in line with representing the actual public. So, depending who you believe, 10 to 20% of people being queer. But yeah. Oh my God, that was, strictly taken, that was so hilarious. I forget which news magazine did that. That was I don't know, was it a year or two ago, with his wife trying to humanize Dutton, and he's not a monster. That is a very bad starting point. That is an exceptionally bad starting point. I want to write a series of articles with headlines like, "You can't prove Peter Dutton kills and eats babies." Okay, there's a lot of people suggesting he does, and he has what looks like blood stains and flesh stuck between his teeth sometimes, but you cannot prove it. So it's irresponsible. It is absolutely irresponsible to entertain the notion that maybe Peter Dutton eats babies, because you can't prove it. Just stuff like that, just try and soften him by saying, well, To the best of our knowledge, Peter Dutton hasn't actively participated in crimes against humanity. So what's your problem? He probably hasn't committed any crimes against humanity. So, Jesus, calm down already. Yeah, no, strictly Sega. When someone sees a baby's arm on his office floor, he goes, "That was there when I got here. I don't know. I don't know where it came. It's not mine. It's not mine." But don't get mixed up. Remember, Safa, Frankenstein was the scientist. The monster was Frankenstein's monster. I think someone showed me a picture of the book Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. The last line just goes, I think the monster's sort of cut loose on an ice floe and he's sort of drifting off into the distance. And it just sort of ends ambiguously with him going away. And there was an edition of the book where someone had written under that in pen, goes, "The last thing I heard as the monster disappeared in the distance was his faint voice on the wind saying, 'It's okay if you just call me Frankenstein rather than Frankenstein's monster. I don't mind, honestly.'" So, and in fact, see, because I've never read Frankenstein, I think someone was telling me the monster actually does have a name. I know when the monster overhears a Bible verse, he repeats it. I think when someone asks his name, he repeats the Bible verse, "My name is Legion, for we are many." But yeah, I'm not sure. So Salima, you have actually read it. Arguably the first science fiction book. And Mary Shelley just wrote it to shut her obnoxious husband and his friends up. Percy Bysshe Shelley, and I forget who else was there, but yeah, the legend goes they were all, some secluded house together, and it was like who can write the best horror story, and she blew them out of the fucking water with Frankenstein. So Safa, no idea if that is true. I was going to say, how would you? There's no way to prove it. Well, you could go around offering to suck dicks, and that might help you out working out how many of them are actually gay. Yeah, that's just anecdote, and university doesn't count, even though a lot of the university ones do go on to Parliament. Nothing's impossible, but the idea about there being more gay MPs proportionally than there are gay people in the population, let alone saying 50%, I think that's just no, not going to happen. Okay, so Salimi, the book is good. Victor Frankenstein's a bit insufferable. Monster doesn't technically have a name. Okay. Oh no, musical aviator, you're not at luck because you're sick. Oh no. Oh yeah, okay. If we're talking whole rainbow spectrum, that's probably, again, with the young uni population, if you're going open-minded rainbow spectrum people, I'd say at least 40%. But whether that translates into adult life in politics is a completely different thing. So you took only your 6th time off work in 12 years. You are a trooper. You must be fucking sick, though. So, yeah. Who knows what the future will bring? But yes, if you're just asking me my completely uninformed opinion, would 50% of the people in Parliament be gay? No. I also don't believe that 50% of the uni young ALP are gay. But, you know, fuck do I know? Nothing, basically. That's what I know. Basically, nothing. That is, sorry. Salimi, I still had that web page open, Make It Perfectly. I clicked on one of the recipes, a La Louisiane, and these boozy New Orleans drinks are among my favorites. Ugh. What's in that? Recipes by spirit, by cocktail type. Classics, modern classics, shots and chews. I'm going to go classics. Missionary's Downfall, Tuxedo, Longines. Ooh, a rum flip. I did a brandy flip the other day, which was pretty good. Flip is just something shaken with an egg, a whole egg. Okay, I'm going to look up David Okay, so there's De La Louisiane. There's actually several versions of it. This one, 30 mils rye, 30 mils vermouth, 15 mils Benedictine. Okay. Anyway, I'm obsessing about, I don't think their recipes right. Oh God, Safa, if you could get rid of the toxic hetero shit that happens at Parliament, like, and you know, up to and including actual sexual assault, that would be an improvement. So music over, he went that sick that symptoms were matching COVID. That's responsible of you. Waiting for PCR results. Oh God, you had rats with different results. Yeah, yeah. When I thought I had it because my son tested positive and he had a scratchy throat, and I now had a scratchy throat. I was like, yeah, I went and got a PCR test straight away to be sure. And sure enough, I was positive. The spicy cough. Okay, so look at that, 8:48, and I haven't had an alcoholic beverage. Again, asterisk, I did have one before the stream. From my I had a moonshine old fashioned. Okay, so I'm actually going to reuse stuff I got here. Okay. Got my glass. I might get a little bit more ice for stirring. My ice has been melting, so I'll just drink the water. Okay, get back in there, orange peel. Neil, orange peel. Okay. A little bit more ice. Ice, baby. Now, I don't even know what this drink is, but I think it's an old fashioned. I'm just going to pour it in his throat. And there's a teeny bit of this rum. Actually, that's more than a teeny bit. Where's my fucking jigger? All right. I'll pour this in. That very much looks like an old-fashioned. That's me being responsible. I think there's actually more than I was estimating. Measure it. How much is this? Yeah, I should not pour that in there. Okay, I'm going to save that and make another drink with that. Last of this rum. It's my favorite sipping rum. Diplomatic. Maybe I'll just sip some rum. Haven't done that for a while. Diplomatico Reserva. And I've used the whole thing in a barrel. I'm barrel aging a rum old fashioned. And the reason I'm doing that because I wanted to do it, but then I saw this on a really good special, like $30 off. And I went, fuck it, I'll empty the bottle I got and order another one. Also, from the same place, I ordered more of my favorite cocktail cherries, which I was worried about running out of. So, deep sigh of relief. I won't run out of this and I won't run out of cocktail cherries. I'm just going to put this in recycling. There's now 2 of these in recycling because I had one that had about that much in it. I finished it. Oh my god, now there's a whole bunch of bottles in recycling. This is another one of those weeks that makes me look like an alcoholic. There's 4 spirit bottles in recycling. What are you going to do though? All right, I'm going to stir this. Tastes pretty goddamn good. Strain that into there. Okay. So yeah, Sylvie, you were talking about getting a stirrer for cocktails. This is the classy one, the one Nettie got me for a Christmas present a couple of years ago. A cast of Gary Regan's finger. You stir your drinks with a finger. Not a sex toy, unless you got. Well, actually, you don't actually need much imagination to make that a sex toy. To be fair. But it's weird. This is so much easier stirring with this than a spoon. I have very, very bad technique stirring cocktails with a spoon, honestly. And yeah, the answer to that is practice. You can practice and get better. I don't because I'm silly and lazy. But anyway, cheers, y'all. Pretty sure this is an old-fashioned. Oh, that's really good. I like booze. Has anyone noticed that I like booze? Because I do. What are you gonna do there? Fucking people. Fuck off. LinkedIn just fucking sucks. LinkedIn is such a shit fucking site, quite honestly. Holy shit, we're talking about a federal ICAC at the moment. In New South Wales, the Independent Commission on Corruption is referring to pork barrelling on an industrial scale in New South Wales. ICAC chief tells Pork Barrelling Forum New South Wales Fund is on the other side of the line. Pork barrelling a hair's breadth away from direct bribery, ICAC to be told. Jesus Christ. It is also, I think it's the 30th anniversary of the Mabo decision. Overturned the legal fiction of terra nullius in Australia. So that's a fairly major milestone. Don't listen to anyone who says that that solved everything, because even the way native title is administered is really shit and heavily biased against Indigenous people. But, it was at least an important legal step that the High Court said the concept of terra nullius, as in there was no one living here when white colonists arrived, is ridiculous, is just not real. And all these decisions over the previous 200 years that have been built off the legal fiction of terra nullius were fucking stupid. Oh shit, I haven't even thought of that, Strictly Sega. Pauline Hanson, she's 60 something, not vaccinated. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Here's the thing. I'm not messing about. I'm not trying to cover. This is true. I do not wish death on her. I don't wish ill on her, because I just don't think that's a good way to go through life. I think it fucks you up if you spend all your time wishing something bad would happen to someone else. So I absolutely don't wish death on her. Would it be funny if she died? It would objectively be funny. An obnoxious, bigoted, anti-vaxxer, conspiracy-spreading fuckwit dies from COVID. That's just objectively funny. Safa. People often get the 1967 referendum wrong. A key part was to count Indigenous people on the census as citizens. Prior to that, they were like charges of the Commonwealth, and they weren't actually recognised as citizens. A lot of people, including some Indigenous activists, wrongly make a reference to and say that Indigenous people were treated as fauna prior to the referendum, as in, they were legally treated the same as animals. That isn't true. But Indigenous people weren't counted as citizens on the census. And a majority of people voted and said, that's kind of dumb. We should change that. Oh, yeah, no, Strictly Sega, I fully agree. Her spreading of the anti-vax message, other conspiracies, and just the general racism definitely hurt people, probably caused deaths. And yeah, we're not going to sit around with voodoo doll. Oh my God, speaking of funny, yes, because when the custodians of Uluru were stopping people from climbing it because it's disrespectful, and she's doing a big thing about, oh, I've got to be allowed to, and so she's going, I'm going to climb it, and she had no idea how fucking difficult it was to climb. And yeah, she made it about quarter way up. That was, again, hilarious. No, Safa, the 67 referendum had nothing to do with native title or terra nullius. It was literally, okay, look, why don't I stop waffling and see if I can get a summary of it. So, the referendum. Okay. While many people think the referendum gave Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's right to vote, that wasn't the case. Aboriginal people could vote at state level before Federation, Queensland and West Australia being the only states that expressly prevented them from voting. It wasn't until 1962, when the Electoral Act was amended, that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were given the right to register and vote, but voting was not compulsory. Full voting rights were not granted federally until Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were required to register on the electoral roll in 1984. Okay. The need for change. Constitution, there were two parts referred to First Peoples. Commonwealth had the power to make laws of people of any race other than Aboriginal race for any state, for whom it was deemed necessary to make special laws. Reckoning the number of people of the Commonwealth state, the Commonwealth, Aboriginal natives shall not be counted. So, yes, okay, I was actually right. The Constitution used to say we do not count native people in the census. And it meant that states could create their own policies. Dispossession was rampant, as was oppression and control over Aboriginal people's lives. On 27th May 1967, Australians voted to change the Constitution so, like all other Australians, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples would be counted as part of the population and Commonwealth would be able to make laws for them. 90% of people said yes. So, the referendum was about recognising Indigenous people as part of the population. And fucking g'day to nobody and Annette. Yes, arriving at the same time. Who'd have guessed? Nice. Nettie, 3 drinks and counting. Okay, this is my first official drink of the stream. An old-fashioned. I did have one before the stream. A moonshine old-fashioned. I did my latest decanting of one of my barrels. It was a new make spirit, which is unaged whiskey, moonshine, which had been in the barrel for 2 months. So it went from being this clear to, you know, this color. That's not what this is. This is actually whiskey. And it picked up sort of sweetness and smokiness and woodiness. Smokiness and woodiness from the barrel, which you'd expect, and some sweetness from the stuff that had been in there before, color from the stuff that had been in there before. And I think it was like 60%. I did dilute it a bit, but I made an old-fashioned with it, and it was schmick. It makes a good old-fashioned. So now I've got barrel-aged moonshine in my collection. Yeah, strictly Sega, the Mabo decision was a recognition of traditional ownership of the land, native title as it became to be known. And it was kicked off by Eddie Mabo, who he actually lived in an island off Queensland, I think. And he was working at university, and yeah, he was talking to some law people, and I know somehow it come up, you know, his land where he came from, and a couple of the law professors said, you know, legally you don't own that land. And he's like, what? He's going, no, that, you know, Terra Nullius says you were never there and you don't own the land, it's Crown land. And he's like, fuck that, and started his campaign to get his traditional ownership back. Sapa, Whitlam did not give native title. That was a different rights claim. A guy called Vincent Lingari, immortalised in a Paul Kelly song, From Little Things, Big Things Come. And yes, it was in the Torres Strait, strictly say Murray Islands. Oh, neat. You're going to use a special browser extension. So Sapa, again, okay, if I look up the specifics of Gough, Whitlam, and Vincent Lingari. So, okay, so it started with basically an industrial action. In '66, the Gurindji community, led by Vincent Lingari, walked off Wave Hill Station after the people running it refused to negotiate and pay them properly, or allow them any rights to live on their traditional land. The strike lasted 7 years, but Lingari refused to be bribed, give up till he received justice. You can keep your gold. We just want our land back, he said. And it was the inspiration for Whitlam government's Royal Commission into Aboriginal land rights, catalyst for the passing of Aboriginal Land Rights Act. Pouring in this, and there's a famous image of Whitlam pouring sand into Lingari's hand. So it was. There's a difference between land rights and native title. It's linked, but it's different. And that, both true, I guess, Nettie. Drinking and your boyfriend's hot. I mean, no argument there. So yeah, you need someone who knows the topic better than me to explain the difference between the various land rights acts prior to the Mabo decision. But the Mabo decision was specifically about overturning the legal fiction of terra nullius. See, land rights were basically granted in spite of terra nullius. It's like the government was magnanimously saying, in this case, I give you your land back. But the Mabo decision just completely overturned the concept of terra nullius. So it basically said the way the colony took all the land of the indigenous people had no legal basis. But in practice, it hasn't exactly solved things. But hey, you know, I guess you try and take the wins where you get them. So, yeah. Yeah, this is a good. I say, why don't we just get, because it's the 30th anniversary of the Mabo decision. It's a good day to discuss it. Man, I like old fashions. I have to decide. I've got a decent measure of rum here. I could either just sip rum. Look, okay. Why don't I look up some rum cocktails? Rum. Where is rum? Sake, tequila. Okay, that's really weird that this guy does this. Okay. Cocktail. Okay, that's what I'll do. Cocktail Finder by Base Spirit. Rum. All styles of rum. There's 1,000 rum cocktails here. Okay, I think they're here, but in order based on ratings. All right, and in this one, I'm on 2 different websites. Recipes by Spirit. Show me rum cocktails. Kingston Negroni. Missionary's Downfall. That is maybe I should, because I want to use my cream of coconut. I should find one that's got cream of coconut in it. Actually, so if that means I want to go back one on here. So I want rum by Syrup. Cream of coconut. There we go. 17. Okay. Pina colada, obviously. Painkiller. Painkiller's a good one. I always get that drum and bass song of it, looking for a painkiller. I want a painkiller. Or a blue Hawaiian. A blue rinsed pina colada. A tongue twister. Laced with 3 different spirits. Okay, I'm gonna look at a couple. Decide which one to make. All about the base, yeah. Okay, yeah, see, nobody, I don't even remember what it was. Okay, so we have a tongue twister, rum, tequila, vodka. Well, fuck that off for a joke. Cream of coconut, pineapple. No, I'm not making that. Blue Hawaiian, rum, blue curacao, cream of coconut, pineapple juice and lime juice. Difford's pina colada, rum, pineapple, lime. I think I'll just make a fucking pina colada. What's in a painkiller? Ooh, rum, pineapple, orange juice, and cream of coconut. Yeah, I'm just going to make it sort of kind of pina colada, I think. Now the ideas got into my head. 3.5 shots of pineapple juice. That's a lot of pineapple juice. And only 1 shot of cream of coconut. That's hardly using any of my cream of coconut. But anyway. So you stayed in the chat. Angry Bunch Size said, I might try your press extension. Oh, right. Yes, cool. See, dude, I'm fucking thick. Oh, well, that's exciting news. Okay. Well, we could make a night of it for the browser extension next Friday. See, it was an excellent joke, and I was too drunk to remember it. Yeah, no, see, me too, Sloomy. I just I couldn't remember the joke. We could make a night of it next Friday. I might pina colada after a fashion. I think I might do extra coconut in it actually. Where's his because I'm not putting cream in. Yeah, I still might do extra cream of coconut because fuck it, why not? Pineapple juice. Yep, okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm making a kind of sort of pina colada. And yes, a lot has happened. A lot of stuff had happened. Well, yeah, it's a very special time for you. Yes. And yeah, I think we should re-celebrate such a thing. We could, I don't know, we could work out details on Discord or something. We could work it out. We can work it out. Sorry. So we got ineligible and eligible confused earlier. Fortunately, those who speak in you would have meant. It just reminded me of an old Billy Bragg. Well, it's actually a spoken word thing that he just talks about a sort of failed love affair from his youth while Johnny Marr plays guitar of the old Four Tops song Walk Away Renee. And when he's trying to confront the girl as to why it's not working, and he says to her, I'm the most illegible bachelor in town. And she says, yeah, that's why I can never read those silly notes you send me. Good joke. Nettie. Pudding. Nettie's after pudding, which is fair. I had some earlier. I had some ice cream earlier. But pina colada is virtually a friggin' dessert, quite honestly. And I'm going to make one, kind of, sort of. Pineapple juice. Let's get. Freshly squeezed pineapple juice, squeezed out of a can. I want to finish this off tomorrow. All right. So we have pineapple juice. I'm going to get my other shaker. It's in the dishwasher, I think. Right, shaker-raker. Shaker-raker. Okay. Oh. Go get us. Oh, my tiki mug. I haven't used my tiki mug in ages. I think I'm going to do a dirty dump and chuck all the ice in here as well. Right. All right, just going to chuck ice in. And I'll even chuck this big bit of ice in, why not? Okay, cream of coconut is in the fridge, as is the lime juice. Okay. Okay, sticky date put. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so first things first. Check. Normally you use a white rum. I've got this dark rum. I'm just using it up. So it's going to be a weird colored pina colada. All right. Cream of coconut. Homemade cream of coconut. Mine's going to be very coconutty and sweet. Now, pineapple juice. Top this up with pineapple juice. Like that in. And a little bit of lime juice. All right. Now, where is the top of this shaker? I had it a second ago. Seriously, what did I do with it? No, it's over there. There it is. All right. Now, I will turn the microphone off when I do this because it might be a bit harsh for anyone who is... oh, shut the fuck up, Lucy, honestly. I'm going to turn the microphone off for just a sec. We shake it until the metal tin gets too painfully cold to hold. And then we do the dirty dump, just chucking it ice and all into my tiki mug. And I splashed some on myself, but that's okay. There's my kind of sort of pina colada. It's a slightly dodgy color, but yum. Because I used dark rum rather than white rum. Wait, was the mic on when I was shaking the whole time? I thought I switched it off. I don't like getting caught in the rain, but I do like pina coladas. Some of these tropical drinks, you'll see an ingredient called cream of coconut, and they often refer to commercial products with names like Coco Lopez or something, which can be A, very difficult to get in Australia, B, quite expensive if you can't. Mike was on the whole time. Okay, fucking hell, whatever. But a very simple recipe for cream of coconut is just like, a tin or something of coconut milk, not coconut water, coconut milk, so the kind of thick stuff, and you just do 50% coconut milk, 50% sugar. So it's obviously incredibly unhealthy, but 50% coconut milk, 50% sugar. It's usually easier to put it on a little saucepan on low heat and warm it up, so the sugar dissolves more easily. But that's basically cream of coconut, 50% coconut milk, 50% water. You can get a bit fancy and put a bit of orange blossom water in it as well. Thank you, Nettie, for mighty glass from Mighty Man. This is my my tiki goblet. You probably can't see. It's cut glass. Actually, it's probably molded, to be fair. One side's angry or sad, and the other side's happy. Of course, the whole tiki thing is dodgy. It's appropriating imagery that's regarded as sacred in some cultures and turning it into a decoration, which, would people who think there's no problem with that be happy if you basically did the same sort of theming with Christian iconography? Probably not. Oh my God, when it's right at the point of Mimsy getting something to eat, she gets more and more frantic, and then finally shuts the fuck up while she's actually eating. I mean, my God, what a beast of an animal. Oh yeah, Nettie, I see you've been having trouble with sorting out stuff for your mum. Yeah, you're to the doctor a lot. Never done that before. You're giving me a flashback to a book written by Bryce Courtney, who is probably most famous for a book called A Power of One, which was turned into a quite successful film as well. It's set in South Africa, because Bryce Courtney actually grew up in South Africa. White guy, moved to Australia. But he also wrote a book about his son, who died from AIDS. He contracted AIDS from a blood transfusion. And he wrote a book about his son. And there was one bit, his son was, is anemic the right word? It's the thing where you bleed. And cuts don't heal. You remind me, because there's one particular thing when his son's still quite young, and there was an internal bleed, and it was under his skin, and his head was swelling up with blood under the skin, so it looked just freakishly, terrifying for a parent, what was happening to his son. Hemophilia, thanks, Eddie. It's hemophilia, yes. And so Bryce Courtney's there with his young son, with his head swollen up, with sort of, blood under the skin, and he's just stressed beyond belief. And this head doctor, who was a horrible Ponzi old school, because this was like the 70s, right? Horrible Ponzi old school upper class private school guy. It's like got a big handlebar mustache, and had been presented to the Queen and all this sort of shit. So very full of himself. And he came up, and apparently this guy was incredibly unpopular with other doctors, but he had a lot of power. And he came up with some young doctors and interns to show the boy off, because it was an unusual case to have someone who had a fairly dramatic form of hemophilia, but hadn't died, and his head's all swollen up, and Bryce Courtney's sitting there stressed out of his mind. This guy just comes up and is like treating his son like a circus sideshow, and he's poking his head. saying, look how it goes in, and is just treating the kid like an oddity to these other doctors. And Bryce Courtney says he doesn't remember what happened, but one of the doctors who fucking hated this crusty old guy just joyously explained it to Bryce Courtney later. Like, no, what you did is you fucking decked him and then stood over him and said, do you want to try touching my son again, you fucking cunt? I just love that, like the red mist came over and he didn't remember what happened, but he actually absolutely fucking decked this guy and then stood over him, essentially saying, I'll fucking kill you if you get up. Stolen password. Hello. This is COVID me. I just let my hair grow and I stopped coloring it because I just let it all hang out. So, yeah. Although I have to admit, while I did enjoy reading the book, it was very honest. I was watching, reading it, going, because his son was about my age, and I was reading it, going, I would not have liked him if I met him. He was an obnoxious, self-absorbed private school kid who grew up a lot and became less of a shithead when he realized essentially how short his life was going to be. But when I was reading all this stuff, I was going, man, I would not have liked this kid. I would not have liked him at all. But yes, Nettie, I thought you'd appreciate that he just full on decked the doctor and stood over him going, Cons, get up, do it, see what happens. And my favorite part was the other doctors who, this guy was like the head of medicine in this hospital and no one could fucking stand him. And the other doctors who witnessed it, when later Bryce Courtney saying he literally can't remember what happened, the doctors joyously say, no, this is what you did, right? You lived my dream. You lived my dream. Stole a password. I guess I'm a Pepsi Max guy, I think. Strictly Sega, why wouldn't I have liked him? He was a poncy, self-absorbed private school git who had a much higher opinion of himself than he had any right. And I'm talking about before his life lessons. Probably for the same reason I wouldn't have liked Bryce Courtney. Because I'm a resentful working class kid. Hellian, hello, Kirsten. Yes. Yeah, and Annette, he seemed to, when he was a kid, like I said, he grew up very fast when he realized how short his life was going to be. But before then, I reckon he was at school. He was a fucking shithead. And if I'd have bumped into him when I was at school, I would not have liked him. Nobody. Unrelated news. You saw a thing about a brain computer that gets implanted for people who've lost mobility. They've been testing stuff like that for a while. Why did you spell news with a K? I don't know. Silent K? Yeah. Nettie. He was classic Eastern Suburbs private school boy. Yeah, so you went out with a few, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would not have liked him. I absolutely would not have liked him. But like I said, he grew up fast. Stolen password. Well, see, here's the fun thing, stolen password. Since COVID on the main channel, basically all I've been doing is these live streams because COVID was weird and fucked up and we were all alone. And I was doing these live streams just as a form of social interaction for anyone who wanted to do it. I have basically not done pre-recorded videos for 2 years. But tonight is going to be an experiment. We're going to work up to it. Basically, I'm going to have several more alcoholic beverages. And then I'm going to actually set up my video camera kind of behind the laptop. keep the stream going. And I'm just going to test doing some monologues, not angry, shouty stuff, maybe quietly angry. And see if I come up with something I want to use, either something that I can edit down and use, or something I can use as the basis for a video I do later. I've even got the mask. I have the mask. It's just back there. I found it today. I went and found it. So, yeah, I'm going to explore a bit later when I am a few drinks in. Pataka, you remember Blog TV? Yes. When did I start wearing bowler shirts? This is pretty new. But over COVID, I've been getting these really sort of retro shirts. And the first ones were very sort of 50s, 60s design with a bit of a Hawaiian feel. Then I started getting cocktail themed shirts. See, this has got a martini on it. And so over COVID, I bought like 20 sort of 50s, 60s retro style shirts that have cocktail themes on it. And most recently, I got a couple that are very much bowling shirts. Good pickup on your part. Nettie, Angry Bunch, yes. So what's this salumi? You had to do an assignment doing mandatory sentencing. So you have to not rant for 1,400 words. Write a rant first in the assignment. Yep, good call. Get it out of your system. Kirsten's cats are wrestling. Everyone's keen for that. Nobody wants it to be a televised sport. Yes. Nettie thinks it's cute as well. Okay, so. All right, Nettie. Okay, tell me when you're back. When Nettie comes back, she's going to make herself a drink. I'm going to do the link for Angry Bunch for anyone who wants to join. So, meantime, I'm going to keep working on my pina colada. Man, that is so fucking yummy. And that's got 2.5 shots of rum in it. Just standard rum, not overproof rum, nothing over this. But so, it doesn't taste like alcohol at all. But overall, that's like, 2 to 3 standard drinks. Yikes. So, yeah, I just have to think what I'll make next. Anyone's guess, really. Sulimi, you're going to finish one turn in. That's fine. You've got stuff on tomorrow. I am personally just going to fucking sleep in tomorrow. This is the thing, like the live stream runs late. I don't like sort of going in and, I should have got my fucking breathing machine out. God damn it. Mrs. Angry will put it outside the door. My CPAP machine. I don't like waking Mrs. Angry up in the middle of the night because I think that's fucking rude. So I'll sleep on the lounge. And then usually the early morning, then I go back and then sleep in bed for a few more hours after that. So I might do a lot of sleeping tomorrow. I don't know. I got nothing on basically. Probably doing another stream on Saturday night, all things being equal. But nothing much else on. Got to decide what drink I'm going to have next. I got an Australian absinthe recently. Maybe I should try. Okay, I don't need all those rum recipes anymore because I drank my rum. Cocktail finder. What are we doing? Cocktail finder by Base Spirit. Absinthe. Okay, I want to see what absinthe cocktails it recommends. It's got 230 absinthe recipe. Bobby Burns has absinthe, really? Corpse Revive, like a rum-laced pineapple cream soda served with a wedge of lime. Wow. De La Louisiane has absinthe. Probably just a rinse, is it? Yeah, it's a rinse. I want something that's more than a rinse of absinthe. Hemingway breakfast. God damn. Oh man, maybe I'll make even a Sazerac only a splash, but I fucking love a Sazerac. And I can have a shot of the absinthe as a chaser. 100-year-old cigar. That's a great name for a cocktail. The 100-year-old cigar. Oh yeah, Kirsten Difford's girl just used white cane in a TikTok. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Like we talked about this the other night. I was looking up rum recipes on Difford's, and there were just all these ones: Archie Rose white cane, Archie Rose white cane. So there's obviously some sort of deal being done. Husband's been sleeping on the couch while you've been sick. He's going to sleep in the. That's when I had the Rona. I slept in our bedroom because I could isolate in there because there's an ensuite bathroom. Mrs. Angry slept in another room for a week. That fucking sucked. And the funniest thing is because occasionally I kind of forget I had COVID, and I'd think this thought would pop into my head. I'm just sitting here in the bedroom. That's so rude. I need to go out and interact. And I went, oh wait, no, I can't. I've got COVID. But you said, and this happened a couple times. I would feel, oh, Nettie, ready for the Linky Winky. Okay. For anyone who wants to join and have a Friday night chat, that's the link. So, yay. Okay, guys, I'm looking at this recipe. What's a 100-year-old cigar? Oh, no, that's just an absinthe rinse again. And I like an absinthe rinse, but I'm trying to find something that's actually real amounts of. Ooh, okay, puns. I love puns. Here's a drink called Absinthe Makes the Heart Grow Fonder. Nettie, how you doing, Nettie?
Winky, winky, linky.
Drinky winky. You look like got a boozy one, and I got a coconutty one. What are you drinking?
The usual.
Is that a version of a Godfather?
Old-fashioned Godfather.
Old-fashioned Godfather. It was funny that night we stopped in that bar near Abigail's place, and they didn't have a cocktail menu, but they're just like, no, we'll make cocktails for you. And you gave them the instructions for your Godfather, and they were all fascinated. They were like, oh, okay, what do we do next? And it was really good how it came out. And nobody's here. Yay!
Yeah, nobody's fucking here.
Nobody at all is here.
Fucking g'day.
Yeah. So
we've been having burp contests.
Oh my god. Okay. At this point, I'd be really scared to have a burp contest. I'd just be worried about follow through at this point. And I literally, because I can burp on command. I'm one of those people. I can force air down and then burp it out. And I'm just thinking. I was thinking about doing it then, and I went, nah. I'm just a teeny bit worried about follow through if I do that. So I won't be doing that.
See, here I was thinking revenge might work, but it just turned into a contest.
Yeah. There's the old. You probably remember Rodney Roode, Nettie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those big in like the 80s. Rodney Roode's comedy albums in Australia were huge in the 80s. And he had one about being at some music festival and shagging someone in a tent. And then after they've had sex, she farts and says 1-0. And he sort of thinks, what? And then she farts again and says 2-0. And he's going, what the fuck is happening? And she says, it's a farting competition and you're losing. And then she farts again and goes 3-0. And he goes, all right, it's on. And he and goes 3-1. And she goes, okay, it's a competition. And she farts, it's 4-1. And then he goes, farts, it's 4-2. And she's going, okay, it's a real competition. And she strains and strains. And then he goes, and she shit the bed. And then she goes, okay, halftime, change sides.
I remember that one.
You should have just let her go to love.
I know. It's like, no, game over at this point. He did, and he did a thing. It was more than a tad misogynistic, but it was still funny when he's going like, this woman is like making me like, and he's going, man, she was ugly. She was like dingo ugly, and he just goes on this whole rant about how ugly she was, and the audience is laughing because he's saying all these gross things. Yeah, she's so ugly, and he goes, anyway, after I fucked her,
I believe he goes.
Lost because he spends 5 minutes saying he finds her very unattractive, and he just keeps going on and on. Oh, she was so ugly, blah, blah, blah. And the audience is just laughing at her, and he goes, anyway, after I fucked her. And
I believe in that description there was one point where he said she's the kind of person that if you woke up next to her in a hotel room, she was asleep with her head resting on your arm, you'd chew your own arm off not to wake her up.
Yes, that was the topper line. That was his final one, and the audience is loving it. And the audience is with him, and then. But I do love when he threw in the line.
Anyway, after I fucked her, because I'd fuck a black snake with a vested ass.
Yeah, and the audience just lost it when he said that. The audience were just gone when he said that. He was very good at working a crowd, basically.
She better be made up.
Oh no, it was definitely fictional.
Yeah. Fucking hope.
It's like, comedians go, yeah, I went down to the shops the other day and this happened. And they go, okay, that didn't happen, but I just thought of a scenario that would be funny if it did happen. So I'm telling you that it happened because that makes the joke more engaging.
But can you imagine if she wasn't made up?
Yeah, can you imagine some woman hearing the comedy album
like
a year later
going, oh, that's me.
Wait, that was me.
That would not go down well.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Writers can be like that,
Yeah. Oh god, I remember there was a songwriter, I've mentioned her in the stream before, Christine Lavin. I first sort of came across her when I was at uni. She's from New York. She's like a folky singer-songwriter. And she was telling a story once where she was dating a guy who was also like a singer-songwriter. And it was like, when they're dating, it's like, okay, we've got to have a rule. If we break up, neither of us can write songs about the other one.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god.
Otherwise, she could end up
writers for a bit, and it was always like, you'll be in the next book, aren't you?
Yeah. No, it's
careful with the breakup.
That reminds me of the Bastard song by Kevin Bloody Wilson's Offsider, Jenny Taylor. There's a line in there. There's a line in there. You must have forgotten I write songs for a living, bastard.
Yes. Oh dear.
So Johnny won, which was completely predictable. If you were watching the show, the court case.
But it was treated as a show, which was a fucking abomination. Because all the worst people in the world are now using this as bitches lie.
I saw that too.
They'd say that anyway.
But, I saw the comments on that talking about the male abuse, and it's just all this stuff about abuse against men, and all the MRAs have come out to play. And
yeah, they would.
Yeah, that they're going to be fucking insufferable.
Oh, but sorry, Nettie, you were going to say something.
Well, there are two things. One is that I can understand why they wanted it to be public, because the entirety of News Corp all around the world was taking Amber's side against him because he had sued the Sun, and it was punishment. So otherwise, his story was never going to get out if they didn't have it televised or whatever, live streamed. So I can understand that. And I had a second point, but I've forgotten it.
That's okay. But
The problem,
they're both just horrible people. I mean,
the attitude problem, with the people commenting on it and the MRAs jumping on board, they just jump on board. Like Nettie, you said it yourself. Like they just any fucking excuse for those clowns.
Yeah, yeah.
But, I mean,
that was the other thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you go.
What I think was really interesting and important was showing that when someone is a victim of anyone is a victim of interpersonal violence, that it is still, even if you're a white man, even if you've got privilege, even if you've got lots of money and lots of people supporting you, it is still really hard to leave. And when you take away those things, those 4 things, you're talking about a woman who's black, and a woman and with children and no money, like no wonder it's so hard.
Yeah. Oh, that is so true. That is so true, Nettie.
Yeah.
That for the people who've got what most people would consider have got fucking everything, and they still couldn't break away from that shit. Common folk have got it even a lot worse.
So, I mean, that can be used in debates against the MRAs, because you say, well, you think Johnny Depp was hardly done by, right? And he had all of this stuff in his favor, and a woman does not have those things in their favor. So, where's your equality? What?
Those pieces of shit. I mean, like, you actually had the horrible little rat weasel Avi Yemeni trying to cash in on it. This is a guy who confessed in court to violently assaulting his partner, and he wants to jump on it and say, see, don't believe women. Like, motherfucker, you are not just convicted of abuse, you admitted to violent abuse. And you fucking think you can cash in on this, you horrible little streak of shit.
I'll tell you what grates me about this, and it's not it doesn't matter which side has overstated the abuse or whatever. When you get a high-profile court case and there's accusations of domestic violence, and it basically boils down to the court finding the kid who cried wolf, what that bothers me about that is that delegitimizes genuine cases for other people. It makes it harder for people to report shit that's going on when it's really happening.
But yeah, it's just an absolute fringe outlier case is going to be used by fucking psychopaths to go, it's all lies. And it's just
exactly.
Yeah.
They will cling to that sort of stuff. Abusers will cling to that when somebody complains about their abuse, and they say, well, this person lied, people lie easily. But people do that.
Yeah. So, how are you going, Abigail, by the way?
I just got home.
You're looking all gussied up.
Yes, I just got home. A friend of mine had a gallery opening for some of her art just down the road from me, and her art is amazing. I'll show you some of the pieces. I took some photos in a bit. She's an amazing artist. She also does performance art. It's the sometimes hilarious, sometimes outright pornographic. She does porn, and part of her performance tonight was BDSM porn. It wasn't erotic art. It was artful porn. It involved a lot of paint and a lot of porn. It was like, disclaimer at the start of the event was, it's porn. So that I found that a bit, like, I'm not into that kind of thing. So I was just sitting there. I am overstimulated now. I wish I could go, but I didn't didn't. I knew it was going to end soon. It was only like 20 minutes, so and I wanted to talk to it at the end. So, but yeah, I just got home, and I ended up having to. I had to walk home because the tram was going to take way too long, and I didn't want to stand in the cold, so I just walked.
Yeah.
And it was better for me anyway. And
Cool.
yeah, and some of her art is absolutely amazing. And she's gonna be at the Fitzroy Art Collective for the next like 5 days or so, painting. And she just said, "Come," and I'm like, "I'm gonna bring like some canvases and some paints, and I'm gonna come and art with you." And oh my god, I'm probably gonna learn so much. It's going to be amazing. I just want to hang out with my friend who I haven't seen since the start of COVID, but her art is so amazing. I've got some of her art hanging on my wall. But yeah, the unicorn thing sorry, not the mermaid artwork that I've got here. It's, you can't see it obviously, but it's like this wooden plate thing on the wall. You guys have seen it, but hi Salumi, how's it going? Hi Safa.
How are your lumps?
Oh my god, I'm still on my cane, but I am walking around. It's better than yesterday. Last night I literally couldn't sleep. There was absolutely no position I could get into where my body didn't hurt.
Oh god.
And it wasn't just my leg, because I got bumps on my arms as well, and just I was awake all night and I slept most of the day finally. But oh god, so they've calmed down a bit. I took a picture of the lump on my leg, and it got so big it looked like a second knee. Yeah.
It was
yeah, Nettie's seen this picture. It's huge. I think
it was doing me a concern.
Yeah.
Doing you a concern.
Yeah. Nettie was like, "You should go to the hospital. That's huge." And I'm like, it's squishy. It's nothing's broken. I think it's like probably because I'm on blood thinners.
Oh yes, it accentuates the bruising. Blood doesn't coagulate, stop the internal bleed, blah blah blah. That kind of thing.
And I fell over last night too. Oh my god, like
yeah.
Eddie, don't be hurting yourself. Don't be hurting yourself.
It wasn't the condition when I get
there. So it wasn't Liam Neeson after all. Okay, so Nettie and I were chatting on Discord, and we were talking about how I fell over and like everything hurts, and then Nettie was like, Nettie says, "Guess who fell over and bumped my arm and hip this morning or last night?" And I'm like, Liam Neeson. and not realizing Nettie had fallen over, and it didn't take long. It was like about 30 seconds later. Oh, wait, you fell over, didn't you? Oh, yeah.
I thought you were joking when you said Liam Neeson. I thought you were being persistent.
Oh, look, I thought like maybe Ali had fallen over and hit you or something, but I was trying to be funny and say just the first name that popped in my head. Yeah, so I said Liam Neeson.
I didn't know you.
Yeah.
It still worked. It still made me laugh.
You all right?
Oh, I've got a headache.
Oh no, bugger. With a joke like that, Abigail, I reckon you just sort of joke like that. You know, you go, "Oh, I've made a fool of myself. Maybe if I don't say anything, they won't know."
Oh, half the funniness is me owning my awkwardness, and
Fair enough.
Yeah.
My hilarity. Yeah, I'm too self-aware not to own it.
I'm incredibly self-aware, but I just turn it off from time to time. Well, I don't turn it
Well,
off. I just ignore it.
the other option is to be embarrassed about it, and I'm just that was me when I was younger, and I'm not that person anymore. Rather own it and laugh with that than
I have a little.
try and be full of shame about it. So
Depends on the situation. If I think it can cover well, I'll turn it into a joke and use it to my advantage. Well, I mean, turn it into a different joke and use it to my advantage if I can.
And if I'm genuinely like feel bad about something, then the types of people I hang around with will pick up on that and won't make fun of me, except for that one. Oh God, can I tell you a really embarrassing Aspie story about a time I was in J-Car? If I may, Angry?
Yeah, go for it, definitely.
So J-Car, for those who don't know, sell electronics and components and parts and
very convenient.
J-Car, yeah, you pay a bit of a premium, but and they don't stock a lot, but they're not what they used to be. But every now and then I go in and buy like an Arduino or some switches or some like components or whatever. Anyway, so there was a salesperson in there, and he must have been trying to earn some commission or something, because he kept like hanging around, and unfortunately he had really bad BO, like not and it wasn't that stale I've been working for 12 hours BO. It was fresh I just sweat a lot BO, and I don't know which one's worse. Like they're both very different BOs, but they're both different, but they're both pretty bad, right?
Yeah, they're both more deodorant.
Yeah, so but I know, and I knew enough that I shouldn't say it to him. Like that much I knew at the time. Don't say it to him, because me even 10 years ago would have said, "Oh, dude, you should probably put some deodorant on," thinking I'm helping, and he would get embarrassed. And I still don't get it, but apparently that's a thing. But anyway,
well, in fairness, though, if no one says anything, how's that person going to know?
I know. So anyway, I got some stuff.
The best job.
Got some stuff,
That's
and
I
went.
Anyway, sorry, Abigail.
And coworkers. Yeah, I was there with Will, at the time, and we're at the checkout, and it's not a busy store, so sometimes I banter with the people at the counter, and I was actually buying this Arduino at the time, and it had Wi-Fi in it, so the guy was printing out a data sheet for me to use the Wi-Fi, because it's a separate chip on the board. And I was just bantering with him, and there was a dude behind me with his workmate, which is odd because usually there's not a line. And I just, like, as I was talking to him, I just mentioned because he was looking up this data sheet online, and I said, "Oh, the sales guy with the bad BO was the one who showed me it." And the dude behind me just started cracking up laughing. And Will was like, "What the hell did you just say?" And I'm like, "That was a good descriptor, wasn't it? Obviously, the guy behind the counter would know exactly who I'm talking about. And it would be a good way to inform him that his colleague has this problem at the moment." And then I see everyone's reaction, but the guy behind the counter just took it in his stride. He didn't not react at all, just like as if this happens all the time.
Maybe it does.
It probably does.
Hey,
Um,
who is Jay Carr's clientele?
Yeah,
What's their
exactly.
demographic?
Right with PO.
Yeah. Anyway, this is ongoing. So the guys behind me, I think they're Sparkies. They're just cracking up laughing. They can't believe that this chick in JCar just said that with this dumb. I'm like dumbfounded. Like what? Not realizing what I had said at the time. Will was just like, "Kill me, please." Look on his face. And I'm just like digging deeper, just digging a hole. Like, well, I mean, if I don't say it, like, what's going to happen? Like, I'm just trying to say something. I'm not being rude or anything, and I'm just like cannot stop talking. And
Yeah.
and Will just comes up to me and just grabs me and says, "Abigail, stop talking." And that's yeah. And then the guy behind the counter said, like, yeah, he's aware. I'll let him know.
Oh my
And
God.
and so we left, and I'm like processing this in my head, and I'm like, what just happened? And I'm like, I just trying to like figure it out, and then I got really embarrassed about it, and like
Because the Aspie brain doesn't just let it go; it goes
no,
round,
of course not. You
round,
overanalyze it.
round.
And so we went and got something to eat, and over this lunch, I was just like, I'm
Yeah.
actually quite intelligent, even though I'm oblivious to some things and just like
Yeah.
overanalyzing
No,
everything.
it is,
And
Abigail. It stays in
yeah,
there on loop, replaying. I get stuff that gets on a loop in my head that happened 20 fucking years ago.
yeah, same.
Yeah.
Oh,
It-
hell
so-
yeah.
It's just, hey, that thing that no one else remembers, can you like fuck off? And it's going, yeah, nah. I'm hanging
yeah.
around. I'm hanging
So
around.
yeah, that's my JCar story.
It's a good
I've
Jay
never
Carr
seen him
story.
there since, but every time I go there, it's someone different.
Yeah.
I swear I never see the same salesperson or the same worker there
Yeah.
twice ever.
Now,
It's a shame. Yeah.
I
Abigail,
want
I
a bit
guess.
of help from you. You're like, before when I said I switched off my microphone and you said, no, you didn't. It's because the input was wrong on my thing. Now I think I've swapped it. So I'm going to smash this ice and I want to know if you can hear. So I'm switching the mic off now.
Total silence.
Okay, so the thing before was I thought this microphone was the input and I switched it off and but it wasn't the input. And so yeah. No, I'm okay, I'm not that high or anything.
Damn.
Angry,
Try
I
it in
think
a couple of
problem.
hours. I might not be able to handle
I
Okay.
made sure that this is the only microphone my computer can use because I went
So-
into the device manager, I found the microphone from the web camera, and I fucking disabled it.
I'm gonna read Heine's JCar story here for a sec. By the way, getting home, I'm like totally overstimulated from that my friend's art thing. So I'm like struggling to do more than one thing at a time at the moment. So just gonna focus on this for a sec. My JCar stories that I wanted a fan for my PC, and I knew that they connected through Molex, which has yes, that's true. Thanks. I guess yeah, 5-volt fan is personal. Then bang! Oh no, you did it. Yeah, it was getting power off the 12-volt rail. And so I took it back to the store and asked for a refund, but they told me it connects to 12-volt. Yep. Oh,
I don't have
damn.
an Aspie or JCar story for you, but I can remember being in a Hungry Jack's restaurant, a term I use loosely there, a Hungry Jack's, when there was a couple, my brother and I were there, and there was a couple of pretty...
Fan headers aren't Molex. I don't know if they used to be. Sorry, so sorry, nobody.
Good.
Just
You want to address
yeah,
something?
fan headers are a different connector. They're a JST connector. Those black JST connectors. I don't know how long ago this story is, Heine, but Molex was a long time ago anyway. So that must have been ages ago. Yeah, they this is before SATA and yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, so go on, nobody. Sorry.
Not a problem. It's not much of a story anyway, but there's a couple of bogans wandered into the store and they were just talking their bogan speak. Oh, I don't know, can't. Oh, fucking, the way they carry on and very indecisive and sounding. You hear them speak and you immediately want to deduct 100 IQ points. And you feel like their IQ might be in the negative because if you start conversing with them, your IQ will drop. That level, right? And they murmured away and fucking, I'm going to do it, and they fucked off. And I leaned over to my brother and quietly said, "I feel the urge to be very judgmental." And there's a guy standing in front of us, turned around, and he had pierced nose and pierced eyebrow, and I think he had a pierced lip and fucking tats all over his body. And he had a smile ear to ear, just laughing his fucking head off. Because he thought he was quite used to being judged, and he heard them, and I've just gone, I feel the urge to be very judgmental.
Yeah.
It's just this.
Especially do that to people. All
Dude
sorts of
turned
people.
around relating with that, laughing.
Hey, sorry.
I'm gonna go grab a drink and some painkillers. I shall be back in.
That sounds like a good double feature. Yeah, that's right.
Hello,
Last week.
Hello. Very hi.
I did some maintenance on the church grounds. And it took me a week to be able to walk properly again after that. So the day that I did it, I kind of OD'd on painkillers. It got rid of the pain, but it fucked me up in other ways. Fucked up for 3 days.
Yeah, just using the finger Nettie gave me to stir my drink.
Nettie gave you the finger.
Nettie gave me the finger for Christmas. So I'm making a Sazerac with an absinthe chaser. Where did I put my strainer? There's my strainer. So I'm going to strain the absinthe out of my glass because it was just to rinse the glass. Then I have that as a chaser. Put my cherry back in and now strain my Sazerac into my glass. Classy, motherfucker. Because I made some... I remember I was chopping this up on the stream. I made some clear ice for the first time in ages. So
neat.
It's looking very sexy. So that's my Sazerac. Also, I love this new absinthe I've got. It's an Australian absinthe from Never Never, and it's a very light. Sorry, what'd you say, Nettie?
I love the cup, the glass.
Yeah, this was in a gift set with a Crystal Head vodka bottle, which is the vodka that comes in a skull. Laura, I didn't even see you there. Hi, Laura.
Hello, Laura.
How's everybody doing?
There you go. We're all together now. So yeah, I got two of these skull shot glasses with a Crystal Head vodka bottle years ago, and I literally only bought for the skull, the skull decanter and the skull. So yeah, I kept that. But yeah, no, this absinthe is like a light yellow, green, olive color. But when you put it with water or ice so it lushes, it basically goes white and milky. Very neat. Anyway, Laura, how have you been?
I've not been too bad. I got a message from Nettie and it's like, oh my gosh, it's Friday. That's really what it came to. So yeah, I look a mess. I haven't had a shave in a day and a half.
We're not
How
here
you
to
doing
judge.
the Jubilee?
Yeah, I don't really care about that. I'm
Nice.
not a royalist. The thing about it is, if we had a referendum of whether we wanted to go full republic or keep the monarchy thing, I would abstain because I don't care either way. I can see benefits of both. But I think the one reason why I think the monarchy is better is so that we don't have another idiot to vote for.
Well,
You know, we've got Boris Johnson. That's enough.
Well, he's
Again,
almost out,
idiot we voted
from what I
for.
hear.
Yeah, he's doing his best.
British
Justin
Labour
Underwood.
Party is just up shit creek.
I
But
can
again,
better your story.
Mhm.
Justin shared an Aspie story, seeing a car that was all.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. My Aspie story was me walking down the street with a friend and seeing a car that had its boot crushed. I said, "Look at that car." My friend said, "You do know there's somebody in that car." I remember I got
Was
a good
in that car at the time or before he saw it?
I'm guessing they were in the car at the time. I don't know. I didn't know my story. But
Aspie's story was me walking down the street with a friend and seeing a car that had its boot crushed. I said, "Look at that car." My friend says, "You do realize someone was in? Well, not in the boot, I would hope. It was just the boot crush."
Maybe there was a kid. Oh god, that was like in Deadpool, where the taxi driver kidnapped his love rival, and then they got rear-ended by someone.
Abigail,
Yeah.
we're talking about stories where you say something and you later go, "Why did I say that?"
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
here's one
I
of
don't
those
see what's
stories.
right. Like, look at that car. Like, yes, there was someone in the car. They probably got whiplash if they were driving the car at the time.
Yeah,
But
well, I
you
don't think
know,
that's
like everyone rubbernecks on the
Exactly.
road when you see
Totally.
an accident. So
But I got a good story for you. Here's an
the
example.
person was in the driver's seat at the time. Oh, yeah, okay.
So here's a
yeah.
good. So
Our
I
pain.
was walking along one of the main roads, and there's a car. Driver's side door all fucked up, glass everywhere. Guy's not looking particularly thrilled, and I've gone, what's happened there? And he goes, "Oh, I opened the door without checking, and a truck hit it."
Oh.
And like an absolute fool, I went, "What, just now?" And it's like, just, it didn't take me terribly long to go, "Well, of course it was just now. We didn't drive here like that, you fuck." But yeah, first question I ask is, "Well, is this just now, huh?"
okay.
No, I drove here.
I'll be a sec. Hang on.
You may be familiar with Bill Haley and the Comets, who were famous for Rock Around the Clock. They were like Elvis contemporaries. They had some of the first big rock and roll hits in the 50s. Bill Haley had been doing music for quite a while before the rock and roll era. He'd been doing this country rockabilly stuff. And a friend of mine who was mad into that 50s shit, he had this album of Bill Haley's from before Bill Haley and the Comets. So it was this weird country rockabilly stuff. And there was one particular song called Stupid Questions, which was fucking awesome because it was just like when people say stuff like that, and it was in a more or less spoken word song. And there were ones like, I remember one of them was he's going on a date with his best girls and he's brought her flowers, and when he walks up to the front door and she opens the front door and he holds up flowers, she says, "Stupid questions. Are those for me?" And he goes, "No, they're for John, the hired hand on the farm. I just wanted you to see them before I gave them to him." And there was a whole bunch of things like that. And the final one was like, he's so used to stupid questions. "I thoroughly expect if I die by falling off a building, like I hit the footpath and I'm not quite dead, I think the last thing I hear will be someone leaning over me saying, Are you hurt?"
Okay? Yes.
Yeah, right.
I think you could
You
do a
okay,
version
mate?
of that song now, and it would be a hit. And it's
Hey,
like,
check out this garlic plant that I grew.
Oh, you're growing garlic. Nice.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them up near my grow light.
Awesome.
But this one's like the most successful garlic I've ever grown. It's not as easy as you might think because you have to like
Sure.
emulate the season that they grow in.
I kind of think
Sorry,
nothing's easy with growing stuff, but yeah.
They do most of the work, the plants.
I don't know if any of you are familiar with comedian Bill Engvall, but he's got this mantra that stupid people should be made to wear a sign that just says "I'm stupid," so you won't rely on them for anything. You know, you'd be, excuse me, oh, never mind, I didn't see your sign. Right.
Yeah.
I wish there was an actual, like, accurate way to measure general intelligence. Like,
Yeah, but because
IQ is
I don't know.
very subjective.
I
all
found
IQ says is what score you got on a test. It says nothing about you as a person or your ability to function.
There's so many variables that can affect the outcome of the test. Anyway.
Well, even I mean, IQ is just a number, but an IQ test by itself is actually several tests in a proper IQ test is several tests in one.
Yeah.
Kitty.
All it's meant to measure is your level of progress within a particular spectrum of educational standards. And you're meant to do several over several years to see how you're progressing. It is absolutely categorically not meant to be a single measure that gives any definition of who you are as a person. But fuckwit losers assert that it is. And it's just like, Jesus.
Well, let me finish. Let me amuse you some more with Bill Engvall's stories.
Sure.
He's got these "here's your sign" things. You know, it's like buddy of mine and I went out fishing, and we hauled the boat up to the dock and pulled these big fish out of there. And this idiot on the dock goes, "Hey, you catch all them fish?" Nope. Docked him into giving up. Here's your sign.
Some of them just jumped into the boat.
There's another one where he's I was driving on the motorway and I got a flat tire. I pulled into the gas station, and the gas station attendant goes, "Did your tire go flat?" I went, "Nope. No, I was driving around. Those other three just swelled right up on me." That Mr. Beatty says, "Well, the heat will do that."
Yeah. God, is your tire flat? Only on the bottom. It'll be fine.
There's another good one. This removal company coming in, moving there, and they've got a piano there, and said, "That's your piano." No, that's just our coffee table. It's got buck teeth. Here's your sign.
I installed I installed a skylight a couple of weeks ago. The guy upstairs was fuming. That's an old Tommy Cooper joke, and that guy's been dead for at least 20 years.
Yeah.
Still good.
I think I've told my favorite Tommy Cooper story, because for those who don't know him, he was a comedian, very popular in like the 60s, 70s.
Is that the guy who died on stage?
He might have, actually.
What?
He might have literally died on stage.
He died of a heart attack on stage?
And people thought it was part of the act.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you imagine
I think that's the guy. I've watched that. It's like, yes, that's him. That's him.
Yeah.
I watched that footage. It does not look like part of the act, but then I looked at some of his other work, and it's just like that. And no wonder they thought it was part of the act.
Big slapstick stuff. And his big thing was he wore a fez, and he had this weird catchphrase, which meant nothing, where he'd go, "Just like that, just like that." And
he also had a body language thing. You're going to go like that.
Yeah. He told
Just
this story.
like
He was like on Parkinson or something. And he said, "I was on holiday one year, and I was like in Egypt, and we were at a street market, and I was with my friend, and the guy was selling fezzes, and I jokingly said, 'Should I get one?' And the market vendor picked up the fez and put it on his head and went, 'Just like that, just like that. And Tommy goes, "Oh, he knows me." And they recently worked out, no, he didn't. It's just that every English tourist came through this guy's stand and put a fez on and went just like that. And then Tommy's trying to explain to the guy, no, I'm actually the person who does that. And that's why everyone who comes to your, I'm the reason everyone comes to your stall and does this. And the guy's just going, I just thought it was an English thing. I had no idea why they were doing it. They just all do it. And Tommy's going, it's my fault. I'm the one who made them all do that. I just thought it was
Strictly
great.
Sega in the comments with some great puns.
That's a good one. Two fish in a tank. One says you drive, I'll man the guns. Oh, man.
Hey,
I like the pillow one. Last night I dreamed I ate a 10-pound marshmallow, and when I woke up, the pillow was gone.
There were these two muffins in the oven. One muffin said to the other one, "Gee, it's hot in here. It's like an oven." And then the second muffin said, "Oh my God, a talking muffin!"
Oh, dear. Oh, Tricky Sega's got a Tommy Cooper joke. A woman told a doctor, "I've got a bad back." The doctor says it's old age. The woman says, "I want a second opinion." The doctor says, "Yes, you're ugly too." Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
That joke's been used by a lot of people over the years.
That was a Simpsons joke on.
Yes,
as well.
I think
that
so.
was in Dr. Zaius.
Yes, Dr. Zaius said it. Yes, yeah. Do you know there was a high school in America that devised an entire musical just using those few fragments from The Simpsons as inspiration for Planet of the Apes, the musical? And they recorded it and sent it to the Simpsons people. And the Simpsons people were like, "This is the best thing I have ever seen."
That's so cool.
They did the.
Is it on YouTube or something?
Musical. Sorry?
Is it on YouTube or something?
I don't know if you can find it. I just remember seeing it in the interview. The guys who wrote that episode just said, we actually got sent a video from a high school who developed an entire musical based on those couple fragments of songs we did. And it was just it was brilliant. It was so cool. But again, now I just randomly said, that is one of the... Planet of the Apes is not a terrible movie. I think it still holds up. I watched it not that long ago. But the ending of Planet of the Apes, when Charlton Heston and the ape is on the beach and he falls to his knees like going, "You did it. You blew it all." And it tracks up to the collapsed Statue of Liberty. That is one of the all-time fucking great moments in science fiction.
Yeah.
That is great.
Yeah, it's classic twist that younger audiences don't appreciate because it's a bit of a trope now.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's cliche, sorry.
We're laughing at Strictly Sega's joke. Police arrested two kids. One was drinking battery acid. The other was eating fireworks. They charged one and let the other one off.
Oh, that's a good one. I love it.
Oh, Jim Young. Did you actually find it? The Hillbilly Haley thing. Foolish questions. There you go. Good job.
If that is your real name.
Yes. I love doing that to people with their internet handles, actually. It's like, if that is your real name.
I do that to people in real life.
Yeah.
I'm sure that goes down well.
Oh, yeah, Strictly Sega. The Spaceballs pay off with us.
Yes.
There goes the planet. It's not bad. Again, Spaceballs was... And I might upset some people. It's a broadly terrible movie.
Yeah.
It has a
but
couple
it's
of good
also an awesome, terrible movie.
Yeah, that's that one makes it
like that.
Yeah.
I watched that at school. You know, I went to boarding school, and it was the Christmas time, and you know, it was a sort of Christmas present-ish type of thing. They just took like the school to the cinema.
Sure.
But it was like only the ones that were still left. Because some people stay over, you know. And we were living in Germany at the time, so sort of going back from Doncaster to Germany wasn't really possible. Yeah. So I had a really funny thing happen last week.
Yeah.
So last week I had my first laser hair removal session.
Ooh.
Bloody hell,
I
it
remember you
hurts.
saying that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bloody hell, it hurts. It's
Literally
like
getting burned with lasers. Sure. Yeah.
yeah. It's the best. The only way I can describe it is having someone get an elastic band and flick it at your skin.
Repeatedly.
Except for that, instead of it being a sort of a general thing, it's like really focused.
Yeah.
It's less painful than getting electrolysis done.
Ooh.
Way less painful. And the thing about electrolysis is that they can only do individual hairs.
Yeah, they stick the thing down an individual follicle. Yeah.
Yeah, and it
Okay.
takes forever. Whereas
Yeah.
laser, it's like over quickly, but laser doesn't get every single hair. You only get about 90% of the hairs, and some hairs get bleached. They don't die off straight away. So eventually you have to get laser if you want to get rid of all of them, and because they turn white. And if you've got white hair, you cannot get laser. And
that's one of my problems, that when it grows I can
Yeah.
see like white speckly bits. I'm gonna need to have an electrolysis to pick out some of the extra.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping it's not like 50% of my face.
I've been doing this for so long now, that I only get touch-ups every now and then with laser, and
see, angry. He went. His brain
As
went.
soon as you said touch up, sorry, I giggled. You're going off paying someone to give you touch ups.
Automatically, your brain goes to the gutter. Tells everything about you.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. I got the giggle when you said touch ups.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and I find what'll happen is, like I'll get like 3 or 4 laser sessions, wait a year. It does a really good job, gets rid of heaps, and then they turn white. I'll wait a year, they go dark again, then I get a couple more sessions. And
a part of me keeps thinking, yeah, I can dye my hair. Is there any way I can dye my chin?
Yeah.
Maybe that will work.
Unfortunately, it needs to be the roots. You can't get the dye into the roots, into the follicles to dye the roots. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Because otherwise I'd do that.
It's also, laser hair removal is also rather racist as well. Because
if you've got dark skin, it's just physics.
It just doesn't work.
It's just physics. If you've got dark skin, it can damage your skin because the skin absorbs too much of the laser light.
Oh yes, melanin. Yeah.
Yeah.
But as well as having it, so it's like, oh bloody hell, that hurt. But they're really good because it's like, yep, here's, and they got like a big massive tube, like one of those squirty bottle things of aloe vera.
Yes.
I mean,
aloe vera is your friend.
Yeah. So next time I'm going to take some painkillers like a couple of hours before I go, and have the aloe vera as well. And
take something with ibuprofen. It's good, an anti-inflammatory, because it can swell up. And like what's, I used to take codeine, but yeah, it's something with codeine in it, but I don't touch codeine anymore. It makes me go crazy.
Can be risky.
Yeah. Nowadays I don't need painkillers at all. Just some aloe vera cream. It does get better. It gets a lot easier. Yeah, over time. Oh, sorry, I'm zoning out. Oh.
That's fair. You're allowed to zone out.
I'm just
Megaleech's wife says hi. Hello, Megaleech.
Oh, hi Megaleech's wife.
Lost it again.
Yeah. So yeah. Your next session will be in what, 4 weeks?
Yeah, a month's time.
Yeah. Yeah. And you'll have to stay out of the sun and all that as well. Although you're in the UK, you probably don't
That should be easy. Yeah.
understand the
Especially when-
concept of the day star.
Yeah.
So
Weirdly though, it's actually quite nice at the moment.
yeah. Here, getting laser done here, they like really try to hammer home. Do not go in the sun. Wear
Yeah.
like 10,000 plus sunblock if you do, because if you get sun exposure while like proper sun exposure, oh, good night, Salumi.
Salumi goes saying nice. Thank you for dropping in. Finished her wine. Finished their
Because
wine.
you've already had a mega dose of basically radiation. It's light, but it's electromagnetic radiation, just like what the sun is giving us. So extra sun exposure is just a recipe for more sunburn. So so they really hammer home here.
Pain.
A lot of people from overseas, even from like warmer parts in America, don't realize what the Australian sun is like. Even like comparable temperatures, the Australian sun seems harsher.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly why. It could be that we have less ozone here.
Probably.
Yeah, but it just like the harsh Australian sun is not a cliche. It's like
No, it's pretty harsh.
it is. Yeah.
Ozone depletion was caused by 1980s big hair.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah,
It was all
and
hairspray.
refrigerators.
Yeah.
Hairsprays and refrigerators. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. Do you remember Beyond 2000, the show?
Yes.
The year 2000, the future.
The far
Anyway.
distant future.
I remember an episode of Beyond 2000 where they had this wonder chemical called chlorofluorocarbon and
God. Yes.
CFC. And what they did, they had this tank of CFC, and it was a liquid, because that's what it is, a transparent liquid. And then they dunked an operating television into the fluid, like as it was running, because it's non-conductive, just to like demonstrate, this liquid can do anything. It's non-conductive. It can be used as a coolant. How amazing is it? And then that aged well.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It can completely destroy your environment.
Anyway.
Well, at least we got our shit together and stopped it.
Got rid of it. Yeah.
So I was saying about how I went for laser hair removal, and then afterwards, I sort of said, hey, to my a couple of friends, do you want to have some drinks after? And so we went there, and when I got there, they had a present for me. And it's like, oh. And so this is the present. They got me a massive cookie, and this is it.
Happy first.
It's like, oh,
awesome.
In trans colors,
trans pride colors. Awesome.
Yeah. So it's just like, I have such wonderful friends.
That's awesome.
You lot too, as well, of course. And so, I'm not really used to doing selfies, but I got a selfie with my friends.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Oh, that's a great pic too.
That is a great picture.
Yeah. And then I remembered something I needed to do, which was a copy of the cocktail menu. So I've gone and, as I said I would, because my range of understanding the cocktails is like, pina coladas.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, well, what other things do you think I might like?
Yeah, those are like pretty classic ones. Yeah, if you like sweet, actually something like a cherry Bakewell amaretto cocktail, like literally, if it's well made, tastes like a cherry Bakewell because amaretto is like an almond liqueur, so it tastes like the marzipan in a cherry Bakewell. You can make a really good cherry Bakewell cocktail that really is just a great dessert cocktail.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's made by a machine.
So it's okay. So this is gonna be weird. So strictly saying the Miami Vice, rum, raspberry, pineapple, coconut. Yeah, no, I made myself. Yeah, I didn't have raspberry in the one I made, but I had a rum and coconut and pineapple and lime. So it was basically it was a version of a pina colada, except I used a dark rum, and normally you'd use a white rum in a pina colada. But I was using what I had essentially. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something a bit different. Raspberry version. I've never had a raspberry version. Maybe that will taste better than the other ones I've had there. They've not exactly been very good there.
Okay. Yeah, but you look at you look at those ingredients. It's basically a pina colada that has raspberry in it.
Instead of what? Is it?
Well, no, it's just in addition. You look at a pina colada is rum, pineapple, coconut, lime, and that Miami Vice is rum, pineapple, coconut, lime, and raspberry. So
they're all pretty much the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah, there's actually, well, raspberry is the difference. Yeah.
Well, on that menu, raspberry is an available flavor, but the other ingredient is lemon juice that the Miami Vice doesn't seem to have.
Yeah.
So lemon juice is the difference.
I also think when you're mixing all those things together, it would be very difficult to tell the difference between lemon and lime juice. This sooty cat coming.
Yeah, the difference would probably be subtle in that drink.
Yeah.
But then
It's
again,
the other things
can surprise you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do prefer raspberry, to be honest. I do like raspberry. You know, it's like when you have jam and it's like raspberry jam or strawberry jam, raspberry every time.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because strawberry's just like, mundane nowadays.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm more of a strawberry person over raspberry. I think raspberry's overdone here.
Quite possibly.
Maybe it's just me. Well, maybe I keep accidentally picking up raspberry jam every time I'm at the supermarket when I'm meant to pick up strawberry jam.
Like toilet roll.
I've done that way too often.
Sorry,
Are we talking about the raspberry or the toilet roll? You were saying about your son who keeps tricking you, like, what do we need? Toilet roll.
Yeah.
By the way,
Zafra and Kirsten are both voting for raspberry. So it's
like... strawberry jam goes better on a croissant.
Oh yeah, no, I would actually agree with that. Strawberry jam on a croissant. So I was still looking through cocktail names, and I found one called a burly Frenchman. Again, I love the name. I love cocktail names. Sometimes the drink doesn't sound interesting, but the names people come up with for cocktails.
Does it come with like a horrible moustache?
Possibly. It's got absinthe, cognac, vermouth, green chartreuse. What the fuck is a vodka liqueur? I honestly think I might make a version of that because I'm trying to use up this Armagnac, which is cognac from a different region of France, just because it's almost gone. So if I finish it, there's space on my drink cart, which is an excuse to buy something else because there's an empty spot on my drink cart. Oh my God, but this sooky cat is sitting on me and just...
Me. Notice only me and ignore everyone else.
Yeah. At least she's quiet during the day, particularly when she's chasing Mrs. Angry around because Mrs. Angry is food lady. She makes loud, obnoxious noises. People who were on the stream earlier would have heard her. making loud, obnoxious noises earlier. Yes, Kirsten, a vodka liqueur would be the sad tale of vodka with sugar syrup.
Yeah.
You probably saw it, Kirsten. I was winding someone up on the Steve the Bartender Facebook group the other day when they were going on about, I think they were saying they didn't like gin, they're into vodka. And I used Kirsten's line of, vodka's just the sad story of a spirit that could have been gin if it tried a bit harder. And and the guy was absolutely a whole bunch of other people liked the comment, but the guy who posted the thing that I commented on was not on board with it because he was a vodka fan, and I was just like, no, vodka fucking sucks, dude. And again, I don't harass other people here on the stream or on my cocktail channel or on any of my socials. I'll just go, yeah, vodka's fucking shit. But if someone else is like, I like vodka in this, I'm not going to jump on and go, no, you're wrong, okay? You're fucking wrong. No, if someone likes it, and because, yeah, I know Dr. Abigail likes sipping vodka. And again, I will also say vodka as a sipping thing, that's completely, it's just in a cocktail, it just doesn't bring anything to the party. Mind you, over one of my barrels, I've been barrel aging vodka for a while. I might taste it. I think I have to go and look up my records of how long the vodka's been sitting in the barrel because I wanted to leave it for at least 2 months. But I'll probably taste it on Sunday night stream just to see what it's like because the barrel, previously had cocktails and spirits and whatnot in it. So it's going to have picked up all sorts of interesting flavors.
I didn't really get an answer to the question that I was asking, though, about that cocktail list. It's like, if I like pina coladas, what else do you think I might try that I might like?
There was well, actually, apart from that one that had the raspberry in it, because that seemed to basically be a pina colada with raspberry in it. Mm-hmm. But, okay, so if you like pina colada, you like sweet things. That's why I was suggesting, actually, the one under amaretto, they call it cherry bakewell because you can get quite good ones on that. It's basically trying to recreate the flavors of a cherry bakewell with spirits because amaretto is an almond-based spirit, so it kind of tastes like marzipan. So,
okay, well, yeah, I'll give that one a try next time.
Yeah, you might like that.
Yeah, and if you go on Tuesday, it's 2 for the price of 1.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, 2 for Tuesday.
So, strictly saying you don't like coffee alcohol, but at least you get price of it. If I really wanted a mixed drink to keep me open, I'd probably just mix an energy drink with a spirit.
Bad decision juice.
Bad decision juice. That was the classic that Charlie came up with. Just make a huge drink that's half energy drink and half really strong spirits, and it's bad decision juice.
Yep.
Yeah, because that was the folklore that went with the espresso martini that a well-known model went into a bar that had early opening hours and just said, I've got a function today. Can you just make me something that'll wake me up and fuck me up? And so they did something that was a split of espresso and vodka. And again, yeah, and I thoroughly agree. Because espresso martinis are phenomenally popular in Australia. So I'm also thinking, because there's the whole thing with, I'm not a coffee drinker, but every coffee drinker seems to agree coffee makes you want to shit. And I'm just thinking, like, getting really drunk and needing to shit is a very bad combo, in my personal opinion. So, I don't know. It's a bit rough. I'm sorry, this dumb cat is falling asleep and leaning heavily on. So no, look, see, I'm holding her up. She's sleeping on my arm. I move my arm away, and she goes, "What? What? Okay, what? Just go and sleep somewhere else, for God's sake." I don't know why she's. I don't know. Mrs. Angry probably closed the bedroom door, so she's decided, for warmth, she'll come and sit on me instead. Again, you'll notice in summer, live streams in the summer, she never comes and sits on my lap. It's like live streams in winter when it's cold. She'll go, yeah, I want to absorb some of your body heat. Obnoxious bloody cat, honestly.
Yeah, old Red Dwarf joke. Cats. If they don't get like 10 to 12 naps a day, they haven't got enough energy for their main snooze.
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
have you watched the latest episode of Strange New Worlds?
I
have not yet. No, the last one.
It's good. It's
Yeah.
good. It's got some
Literally
it's got
1,000.
hijinks.
Hijinks.
It's got
I
some
love
hijinks. It's got
Yeah,
Vulcan
no.
hijinks. It's great.
Everyone's loving Brave New Worlds. Everyone's going
It's
like this.
it's ridiculously close to having hijinks.
Oh,
No spoilers.
hijinks.
It's fun.
No,
It's a fun it's a shore leave situation.
Okay.
So,
So no-
yeah.
no spoilers.
No
beyond saying
spoilers.
hijinks.
No.
Oh, in that case, I haven't seen
Hijinks.
that one. Is this episode 5?
Oh.
I've seen 4.
Yeah, episode 5.
Right. Okay, I've only seen 4 so far.
Yeah. Episode 5 was live in the last 24 hours, I think.
Oh, I watched it last night. I doubt
yeah, that was 24 hours ago, Abigail. Sorry.
Oh, I am so fucked right now. Like, no, seriously, I barely slept and I've been in extreme pain.
Yeah.
Give me a
Yeah.
break.
I'm giving you a break.
Thank you.
Yes.
I've been sat in this chair for 3 days now.
geez,
painting, enjoying it. I've been painting, painting wargaming thingies, because I joined a new war games club, and as a result,
fun.
I've got a game coming on this week, and it's like, you know what, I should get stuff painted. Those things that I bought years ago and sort of half painted them years ago, I'm now going to finish the job.
I'm loving Strictly Sega's good day. Eaten 5 times, slept 6 times, made a lot of things yours. Tomorrow you're going to see if you can have sex. That's good.
That's Cat.
Red Dwarf.
That's Cat in Red Dwarf.
That's Cat, yes. Also, do you know they multiple times they tried to do an American version of it? I think twice or possibly 3 times they shot pilots, and everyone looked at it and went, "Yeah, no, that's never going to work." But I saw a bit of one of the pilots where they made Cat female, and I remember seeing a lot of people going, "It's dumb," but I watched a scene and I went, "Nah, that kind of works. It's kind of
What
funny."
are we talking about here?
An American
Red Dwarf,
version
US
of Red Dwarf. They made multiple attempts to do it, and they recorded at least 2, if not 3 pilots, written by different people, directed and produced by different people, starring different people. I saw a bit of one where Cat was female,
and female,
all the diehard fans were like, "That's dumb, that's stupid." But I watched and went, "No, it actually kind of works." This super horny woman who's cat genes in her actually has a lot of comedic potential. It is an extremely different vibe to Cat being male, but in a very different way. It had a whole bunch of comedic potential that I think could have worked. But it's very interesting. They made pilots in America, but then the studio was like looking at the pilots and go, "Yeah, no, this is shit. This is never going to work. Fuck it."
It's too British. Red Dwarf. It's just too British.
Can I also remind people, if they don't already know this, that female cat was Terry Farrell, as in Dax from Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Jadzia Dax.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay.
And you know something?
Cool.
Do you know something?
Yeah.
Whenever, when I was younger, when that show was on the TV first time round, I used to think, if I was a girl, I'd like to be like her. That's, smart, intelligent, pretty, what's it, kind of kick-ass as well, and also LeVar Burton, who directed an episode, referred to her as Action Barbie because she did the live action fight or whatever
Yep.
it was. So, you know.
Yeah.
She was a good character, but I prefer Ezri Dax for some good reasons.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to share my opinions if people are interested.
Oh no, I love opinions. Throw opinions in there.
Okay, so opinion.
You can tell me. I'll probably pick the wrong
okay.
one.
Thirsty opinion is that she's hot. Ezri Dax is way more my type.
I was assuming at least some of the opinions were horniness. Yeah. So
yes. So horny opinion. Ezri Dax is more my type than Jadzia. But Jadzia as a character is done. Like she's Mary Jane. Mary Sue. She can do anything. She's got very little growth potential. Ezri Dax, flawed, lots of potential as a character. Way more interesting.
I think this is a fair one.
Also, seeing her with that fucking sniper rifle taking out that Falcon. Oh my god, hot as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And that pixie cut. Whew.
The pixie cut.
I'll just be in my bunk.
The pixie cut. I don't remember.
Ezri Dax. The haircut. Oh, and then the casino. The casino outfit that she wore for the heist episode. Whew. That little mini skirt. By the way, my birthday's coming up soon. We've got to organize something.
Yes.
It's in about a month.
Okay.
So, maybe we can arrange for me to be in Melbourne again during that time. And then we can all be...
Even better if we arrange for Stella and Saloon to be in Melbourne.
Again,
the more
that's
the better, I think.
Coming through there. There we go.
And we can all go to horny jail together.
Yeah. But that just makes it hornier if you're in horny jail together.
Well, it's more like horny resort, horny.
I know.
Horny hotel, horny.
It's a bit out of control at that point.
Yeah. What would you call it? Does it run blue
That's
car
what you call
key? Blue car key. I don't get that reference, Mega Leech.
No, Bukkake party. You're obviously tired if you didn't get that from Bukkake.
No, I'm so tired. And the thing is, I'm exhausted. I slept today during the day. Like I actually because I'm a night owl, and most often nocturnal.
Yeah.
There's a word for it. People who
it's called vampire.
I know I look pale, but that's I'm wearing foundation and all that. There's a lot of light and anyway.
Not to mention a lot of
pluviophile. Pluviophile. I think it's people who love the nighttime. Who really enjoy the night. And over my life, I've often had trouble sleeping at night, but as soon as the sun comes up, bang, I'm asleep. It's so this comforting light that puts me to sleep. And when the sun sets, I'm awake and that's a thing. And especially if I'm in distress or if I'm in pain, the sun comes up, and so I slept all day. Basically, is what I'm saying. But I couldn't. I couldn't sleep last night because I was in the whole body just is on fire with pain.
That sucks.
Yeah,
So now I'm physically and mentally exhausted, but I'm not actually tired. I'm just like if I went to bed now, I might get a 20-minute nap, but I wouldn't be able to get a full sleep. I'm just not tired.
I think I know
I'm
what
just
you mean.
so exhausted.
You know when you can get this thing where you're having a conversation with someone and your eyes just want to be closed. Your brain's still working fine, but it's like your body is tired, and you know you could quite easily just have a conversation with your eyes shut because they don't want to open anymore.
It's like coming down from taking ecstasy. It's like your body is so exhausted, but your brain is still going around and round, and your body just can't move anymore.
I can't speak to that experience.
I was just throwing in a drug reference for the sake of it.
No. I mean, I've never taken drugs, so I can't. Okay. You know, I can't.
Neither have I. Sorry.
I've read about this somewhere.
I just love this. Neither have I. Pulls out a cord. You know.
Well, I mean, like. Everything's a chemical. Everything could be a drug.
Exactly.
Like caffeine's a drug.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat these pea chips, fake pea crisps, and zone out for a bit.
That's fair. Sorry.
Well, you're talking about when you can be completely awake, but you just need to close your eyes. I have a kind of a different situation, and it's a bit of a problem. Yeah. Because sometimes, quite randomly, my little consciousness decides to fuck off. But it looks like I'm completely still wide awake.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just like I'm somewhere else and I've left this thing behind, you know, this. So, you know, no one knows I'm gone.
Yeah.
Bit of a problem when I'm driving.
Quite sometimes I've experienced
I'm driving.
In the past,
yeah.
In the past, I've mentioned that I've had dissociation on the stream before. I haven't been super open with it, but I've dissociated. I was diagnosed like 20 years ago with dissociative identity disorder, and I can relate to that. Nobody. I've blacked out and woken up in places or just like gone to bed one night and then woken up in the shower or at my partner's place, or you know, just like I've gotten up the next day and one of my alters has done shit in the kitchen. One of my alters was really bad at making scones, and just these dry ass scones would be waiting for me, and it's like, oh, not again.
I can't
now
speak
I have to clean that.
I don't have any alters that I'm aware of. My consciousness just goes somewhere else and leaves my body behind. Really, it's just like a really intense daydream sort of thing. But it happens when I'm driving sometimes, which is pretty scary.
That's not good. That's not good.
My senses are still active, but there's no one responding to them. So, you know, my eyes are seeing stuff going on, like, you know, somebody cutting in front of me.
It's like you're on autopilot, or is it a lot? Because
kind of like an autopilot.
A lot of people who do like a lot of driving, experience like autopilot. You just like you're on autopilot. You're deep in thought, but you're still driving. You're still aware of the road and.
It takes,
and then suddenly your consciousness realizes, oh, I'm here and I'm driving this like 3-ton vehicle at 100 kilometers an hour. Yeah.
It takes
that's quite common.
It takes approximately 2 seconds to wake up for me. So something in front of me happens and I don't respond for about 2 seconds.
Oh my god! And this is frightening.
Yeah,
it is very frightening. Because
Yeah, at its most extreme,
from,
it can lower your response time.
oh yeah,
Absolutely.
dramatically. Well,
Yeah,
which
I'm just sort
is
of
not
I'm thinking to
common.
myself.
from
So
it goes from I better lift off the throttle a bit and just slow down to now I have to dive on the brakes very quickly and hard.
there is something
I've driven on autopilot before, but never that bad.
It's
There's
kind of
something
scary.
that I see. I watched the Greater Manchester Traffic Unit, Greater Manchester Police's Traffic Unit on Twitter, and every single day. So for a city, it's the third biggest city in the country. It's a big space. It's like 20 miles across or something at least, and so every single time that those couple of guys who use that Twitter handle, whenever they're on their shift and they're tweeting, so they're just like waiting for a car to be picked up by the tow vehicle because someone didn't have insurance or something, standard procedure. So while they're doing that, they'll just sort of tweet, something or else. And one of the things that scares the hell out of me is that there are only between 4 and 6 traffic cops on duty at any one time for a city the size of Manchester. Okay, and yet every single day that they're tweeting, they catch at least one drink driver. And we all know how that distraction, that inattention, how dangerous
Even
it
talking on a mobile hands-free is actually still quite dangerous. It's
Uh,
more dangerous.
Hands-free phone and legal in the UK. I don't know what it's like in Australia, but that has been shown to be twice the equivalent to the distraction equivalent being twice of the drink drive limit. Holding it to your head is 3 times over. Texting is 6 times over.
Yeah. Oh,
Roughly,
anyone who's
not
fucking
precisely.
texting while driving, fucking. Can I just have a look at that license, please? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And the thing is, I've heard people come up with those sort of arguments why it's not the same thing as drink driving, and one of them is that it's no different than someone sat next to you talking to you,
Which is total horseshit.
It is.
Mobile phone voice quality is lower.
It's not
Therefore,
just
it is harder to hear and makes you, and because it's harder to hear and harder to decipher, it breaks your concentration. That is just one aspect of it.
Yeah, another one of the biggies is
the person on the phone doesn't know what you're seeing, so they can't shut the fuck up if something that requires your attention is happening.
Funnily enough, that was exactly the point I was going to make. That if you imagine I'm sat next to you, nobody, we're coming up to a complicated junction or something. One of 3 things can happen. I'll be thinking, I better shut up for a few seconds. You might need to concentrate. You can just say, hang on a sec, I just need to concentrate through this junction. Or you can just ignore me, and then when we get to the other side, it's like, sorry, what did you say? I was concentrating through that junction.
I had one person
I just want to finish off this, and that is that the difference with a phone, it is socially incredibly rude not to pay attention to someone if you're on the phone.
If I'm driving, that's just going to have to be their hard luck, though. There are times where I just won't take a call. Like, I've got a hands-free kit in the car, my phone next to my car radio, and strictly Sega. How is it different from listening to the radio? Because when you're listening to the radio, you're not interacting with it. You don't have to comprehend everything and respond to it.
So the difference between phone calls and talking to a passenger and drunk driving, a phone call is a distraction. People absolutely shouldn't, particularly not the texting while driving. That's literally criminal.
Yeah,
but
texting while driving is just such
the distraction of a phone is temporary. The impairment to your ability to react from drink driving is constant. So they're not comparable. You see those things and go, talking on a phone is like the reaction time is delayed, like being drunk.
Well, if you continue to try
momentarily delayed, drink driving is delayed and
Yeah,
impaired for an
absolutely.
extended period, and you can't
If you
stop it.
continue to try and focus on the conversation while serious stuff is going on around you on the road, then
Oh yeah, that's a major disruption to your reaction time.
you're unlikely to do that because you're still actually mentally sound. So you're likely just to ignore your caller and say, sorry, I can't, hang on a second, and do thing. But yeah. Now, Megaleech, you asked, have I ever tried to catch, say, an altar on video? I'm reasonably convinced there are no altars. Those around me, I think somebody probably would have picked up and told me to go and get checked if there were.
Yeah.
Most times when I dissociate, people around me don't know unless they're trying to interact with me. So
there are
it's a deep autopilot.
there are levels.
It's not
With dissociative disorder, there are levels. There's like dissociating, where like you just like zone out, and then there's dissociating to the point of not even being aware of your own body. And then there's dissociative identity disorder, which is the next, like, just next level, where parts of your brain compartmentalize and form their own alternate personalities. I mean, it's all connected, and the brain is very amazing at protecting and healing itself. But it's like there are different levels of dissociation.
Also, I'm just going to potentially lighten it a little, but I was intrigued. I was intrigued with the recent Marvel series Moon Knight. So whenever, because Mrs. Angry is a psychologist counselor, whenever there's a movie or a show that deals with someone with having mental illness, she's going like, I don't want to watch this. It's too much like work. And when it became clear that the central thing of Moon Knight was the guy has a dissociative disorder, she's like, yeah, no, I'm not watching this. No, I enjoyed it. But Dr. Abigail, you said it hit home pretty well for you. The central character dissociative episodes felt a bit real.
Especially, I think it was episode 5. I completely blacked out.
Yeah.
After watching that.
Oh, episode 5 was the full-on one. Yeah. That was the revelation of the trauma that caused the dissociation.
Yeah. I have no memory of the rest of that entire night.
Yeah.
I woke up the next morning. And yeah, like some of it, like everyone with, like, people with dissociative identity disorder have different, it presents differently with different people. It's like, it's not, this is what it is. And for in the way they've characterized it in the show is slightly different to how it works for me. He just completely blacks out, no memories. Sometimes I do have memories of experiences. Sometimes I remember things like it's a dream. Sometimes an alter will have access to things I know. Sometimes they don't.
I don't have any of those sort of characteristics. I'm not that deep into the thing. It's not I don't have DID. I have a friend of mine has DID, and so I comprehend the nature of it.
But the show captured other people's experience that I've heard about and met people with it really well.
Yeah. And also, again, lightening a bit, there's a YouTube channel I quite enjoy, which is called Pitch Meetings. This guy does a thing where he plays both a script writer and a producer. The script writer's pitching an idea and the producer's taking it. And the whole purpose of these videos is basically to have a bit of fun and poke holes in various shows and movies, just highlight the plot holes, because it's always like, and the scriptwriter goes, and then this happens, and the producer going, that doesn't make much sense, and the scriptwriter's like, shut up, and it's whatnot. But when they did one for Moon Knight, they did a thing about how you're not going to see what happens. The character's going to black out, and the producer's going, I kind of want to see what happens. And I get the joke they're making. You're missing out on action and stuff. But I didn't agree with it as a criticism, because in terms of a storytelling device, I thought it was very powerful, because you would come up to a critical stress point and then the screen goes black and then you're past the critical stress point and something has happened. And you, as the viewer, need to feel it. And you are in Mark's shoes, because Mark's going, what fucking happened?
Yeah,
and
that shit
putting you in his seat.
So that has happened to me in the past, and I don't want to go into details because it can actually be
you don't need to,
hard for me to process. But me now, as like very like kind of got my shit together kind of person, watched that and thought, yeah, I've been through that. That I know what that's like. Me 6-7 years ago would not have been able to watch this show at all. It would have been way too triggering. It's just too real. It's just way too real.
Yeah. Also, throwing in Strictly Sega, I haven't seen The Good Doctor, but also bad autism stereotypes, very common in media. One I wanted to watch, and I might watch one day because there's like 6 seasons of it, so I can like binge it forever, is called Homeland, which is sort of about America post 9/11 and so on. But the central character, she has bipolar disorder, and she's in an extremely high stress situation working in an anti-terrorism unit. And I think over a number of seasons, like her competence is brought into question because she's actually bipolar. And some people think it's a good, positive representation, and some people are less positive about it. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But I've been meaning to watch it at some point because it's an interesting exploration of like America's very kind of fucked relationships with the Middle East post 9/11, but also if the primary agent involved in investigating is actually bipolar, so stressful situations might trigger her. Sorry, I'm just going to disappear. I just saw Mimsy climb into a crockery cupboard, and I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but I am going to chase her out of there. So excuse me for 1 minute.
I have seen that show. It's really quite good.
Sorry, she literally just climbed into the fucking cupboard where the plates are, and I was like, no, I eat food off those plates. I don't want you climbing on them. So sorry, Laura, you were saying you have watched Homeland.
I've watched that show. It's very good.
Okay, so I probably will watch it at some point.
It's worth doing, worth watching. I never got around to watching more than 1.5 seasons of 24.
I never watched much. I think I watched the first season, 2 seasons, whatever. But
I watched the first season and then got to about halfway through the second season, and then Rupert Murdoch fucked it over.
Oh yeah, no, because it was
on Channel 4. And the first season went really well, and the second season was going really well. And then they went and bought. It, and Channel 4 couldn't put it on anymore, so I couldn't watch it because I don't have Sky.
All right, okay.
So yeah, that annoyed me. I had a little bit of fun with my 3D printer. That a week ago. I printed out loads of bases for the War Game stuff, and this is one of them. So it looked like an ice flow kind of
Oh, yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And so I printed out lots of them. I made 21 individual bases, and then because I can fit 7 on a base, so I had 3 3D prints. I'm sharing it here.
Showing us something.
So this is what they were like, just undercoated, and I'd started a few, and that's what they were like when I'd done them all.
Right.
And then that's what they're like on the figures when they were done.
Neat.
It took all night, like 8 hours or something, to pin them all because it's resin and not plastic where you can just glue it on normally. It's super glue is brittle, and it's probably going to break off if you like pick it out and I just drop my figure as I'm picking it up out of the box or something, just like normal drop of about that far. So I decided that I would pin all the legs in. So literally getting my little tiny pin vise with a 1/2 mil drill bit in there, and then drilling in the feet. So drilling the feet and then drill a hole in the base, and then have like one of the pins to then scratch where the other one needs to go, and then drill the other one, and then glue them through, and underneath the bits where I haven't bit too long, so I just bend them inwards. So you probably can't see, but there you go, you can just about see where it's bent inwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I did that lots of times.
Okay.
That's 40 models, and I've still got a few more left to do. But they look good. They really do look good.
Cool. Cool.
Guy like this, sort of running.
Wielding a big thingy.
It's a massive big hammer.
As the actress said to the bishop.
But at the moment I'm doing my Eldar, which are space elves. And the color scheme that I have for them is like a turquoise color. Yeah. With star scenes on the helmets. So there we go. I'll share with there you go. So that's my color scheme.
Oh, neat.
And the barrels of the guns are fluorescent red. So they really, really zing. It doesn't come out quite as much as it is in real life. But, so yeah, I'm like got the swooping hawks with the rainbow wings.
Neat.
These are howling banshees. So howling banshees they're women, and they got psionic amplifiers. So in their mouth, they scream, and it's amplified, and it basically scares the hell out of the people that they're about to chop up. So, they get to hit first, basically. They're stunned.
Being chopped up is scary enough for most people.
I was about to say, if the screaming didn't... if the screaming didn't scare them enough, the chopping up would be pretty fucking traumatic.
Yeah. Then you got weird things like monofilament wire, where it's basically strings of really, really thin razor. It's like a hair's width. And it's sort of, like a net thing where it just sort of flows it up and it drops like a net and just slices through people. So it's basically, it's a, Craig, what do you call it? Like potato chipper or something, one of those things that you cut the ring out of a pineapple or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like
just basically a very efficient slicing.
Yeah. Then there's something like the Harlequin's Kiss, which is basically like a fist, and you've got this sort of spear on it. And what happens is you punch into someone under their armor or whatever, and one of those monofilament wires on a massive, like, long extension just sort of all through, and basically turns them into goo from the inside.
And aren't we all goo on the inside? That's like
We pretty much are electrified fucking mud. And I say electrified because, that's what makes our muscles work.
yeah.
What was
Weird.
it?
Just
What was it? Ugly bags of mostly water, as the little thing on Star Trek said.
basically we're like a big Gundam for bacteria, essentially. Where bacteria are driving around this huge mech, and it's a flesh-based mech that bacteria get to dictate what it does. It's ridiculous the number of things in our behavior that are dictated by microscopic organisms. Where free will is an illusion, is what I'm saying. Sorry.
So it's time.
This is what I'm working on now, War Walkers. Like I say, a nice turquoise. The camera isn't picking it up very well at all, and the light's garbage. But, so... but I'm working on the other two to go with it. So I've got two more that I'm, painting it all up. So I've just done highlighting.
Heine got the Star Trek reference there.
Bags of mostly water, yes.
Yeah. So, yep. So I want to get those done today, and then tomorrow I'm going to get the Viper jet bikes done, which will get the other two squads and the guys that are supposed to go in it done. So that's an example of one that I painted up.
Oh, neat.
And I do star scenes on them.
Yep.
So it looks really, really cool when you see it in real life.
Yeah.
In fact, wait a minute, I've got a picture of that.
I'm also I'll be back in a sec. I'm just grabbing something from the other room.
Good evening, bum fungus. Which one is that? Is that Twitch? I don't know these fucking formats.
I would like to share some photos.
Cool.
When Angry gets back.
Yes, I do not have sharing privileges.
The first one's going to be the lump on my knee.
Oh,
sorry, the lump on my leg that looks like a knee.
Speaking of looks of things, love your new hair.
Oh, thanks. It's yeah, I got the green and the
blue, yeah,
and
purple towards the back.
A plum at the back. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I caught it. You mentioned it a week ago or so, and it's like I just happened to be. I don't always watch. I prefer to take part, and so I sort of saw there was a stream, and it's like, I just skimmed a couple of bits and see if there was anything interesting being talked about at the time.
Cool.
All right. So if
can I share some photos?
Hell yes, you can.
Cool.
Bum fungus who's joining the party. Oh shit! Sorry, I dropped something. Sorry, just a sec.
Cool. The first photo is the lump on my leg.
Oh god! The second knee. I get what you were saying now about a second knee.
It's pretty fucking solid.
Yeah, and that's with my knee bent as well. Like,
oh Jesus,
that lump.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a huge bruise now. Yeah.
What did you do? Did you bump into it? Something?
I was at the gym, which was my first mistake.
Yeah.
And there were some stairs the stairs going upstairs, obviously, but there's like a bit of a raised section just before the stairs, and my glasses, like underneath the glasses, everything's a little bit blurry, and I just didn't see it. It was I was just looking ahead,
tripped and slammed your knee into the stair.
I just went before I even realized I was falling. I hit my knee. I got bumps on my arms, and yeah, it's getting better.
Yeah, could be worse. It could be worse. It could be my leg that feels sore and stuff.
Sorry, could be.
It could be worse. It could be my leg that's sore.
Oh, that would be a tragedy.
It would definitely be worse for you.
Yeah, it's like that reminds me of the famous Mel Brooks quote.
Yes.
About the difference. Yeah, the difference between comedy. Comedy is the difference between comedy and tragedy. Tragedy is me cutting my finger. A tragedy is me cutting my finger. Comedy is you walking into an open sewer and dying.
Yeah.
And yeah, he nailed it. Anyway, so I've got some photos of some of the artwork from my friend. Her name is Jessie Nio, and you can see her artwork at I think it's jessienio.com. A lot of this is for sale, and I like that one is just incredible.
That's kind of frightening, in fact.
Yeah,
the use of the yeah. Oh yeah, someone took some photos of. They wanted to take photos of my hair.
Yeah.
At the venue. Yeah, and as I was standing there, they noticed that my hair looked the same. Like,
the
transition of my hair was the same as these paintings.
Yeah, that works. That's great.
Anyway, so there's a lot of eroticism in her art, and you can see some of it here.
Yeah.
She's definitely grown as an artist. I've got some of I've seen some of her earlier art, and she's really like progressed with using contrasting dark colors. She didn't do that a lot. I don't even know what that is, but I love it. I think there's a skull somewhere in there.
It's multiple faces in it.
Apparently, she started this one on LSD. It was my favorite. It's massive too. It's like this huge canvas. This was my favorite. And it was $2,000. Like it was worth every cent. It's amazing in real life, and it's huge. And
absolutely
this photo does not do it justice.
Yeah.
And I've reached the meme section of my photos.
The meme section of the photos. On an absolutely unrelated note to talking about LSD, I'm just having some lemon juice at the moment, Dr. Abigail.
Okay.
Absolutely unrelated to anything you were discussing.
Sure. So yeah, that's some of the art that she was. I didn't get to take photos of all of it because I was at that point. I was very overstimulated and had to leave.
Also, bum fungus getting super personal. How many tabs do you have open?
Oh, geez. Let's
super
see.
Personal question.
I didn't see that. Why am I not seeing that? Is bum fungus? Oh, bum fungus.
Oh, sorry, no, he's on Twitch. Can you not see the chat?
Yeah.
So,
oh no, I had private chat open.
Yeah.
Oh God, do you want to see?
No, I just know why he was asking.
Yeah.
Megalich reckons there was 21 tabs open.
Okay. What's the pool up to before we? Oh, don't
Before
count
we
that
show
one.
us.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Does
What is
anyone
it?
want to make bets? Like this
Oh,
is.
I can't even count those. Sorry.
Yeah. So okay. So caveat to this: 2 days ago, I accidentally lost. There was about at least 30 tabs. I lost them. And this is just my main browser window. I also have this plugin that I can save groups of tabs. And I've got like on another monitor, I've got YouTube tabs, and I've got this is Thingiverse tabs, and I've got
That hurts me every go.
and I've got for working groups of tabs that I for different purposes. This is a D&D game, for example. Different projects that I use Thingiverse for. Yeah, that I've
Two tabs.
saved. This is way too many tabs. Oh my god, I have a problem.
I have two tabs open on my browser and only one browser open.
So, to answer your question, Suffer, how is my PC still running? 32 gig of RAM. And
fucking hell. There
yeah,
you go.
yeah. Let's see. If I bring up Task Manager, CPU utilization is I don't even have a game running at the moment. So yeah, everything's running smoothly. CPU's optimizing for Firefox at the moment because that's the main thing that I'm using because of the stream. But if I was to open up a game, the way Windows and the .NET framework works is that it'll detect what you're focusing on and optimize for whatever app you're using, and you won't even notice. And so it's the way Windows works is absolutely incredible nowadays. So so I've got 32 gig of memory, and I'm only using like 40% of it, and it's probably just Google Chrome. Google Chrome is only using 1.8 gig of RAM.
There you go.
It's barely anything. And Firefox, which is what I've got the stream running in, is like 590 meg. It's nothing.
I'm with you, strictly, Seg. I just don't like to. I don't like to have more things open than I need, and I don't regard too many things that I need to open for long.
I have as much open as I can. It increases my productivity. I like to be productive, and I found that the jump in productivity I found going from one monitor to two, I found that jump was even bigger going from 2 monitors to 3. Like it was just it synergized so much better. Especially when I'm doing development, if I'm writing software or working on a project. I have had 4 bum fungus. I have had 4 monitors before. I had three along the bottom, and I had 1 mounted at the top, where I just had YouTube and or movies running, and so and I'd be like main focus at the front, and I'd have like database stuff or like whatever I'm monitoring. database, and over here I'd have comms and email and Discord, and that's how I worked, and it was amazing. And when widescreen monitors became a thing, there's a power tool called Fancy Zones where you can automatically just dock Windows into just one monitor. It's amazing. It's just everything just becomes so much easier to work with, and my power bills are fine. Like monitors don't really use a lot of power. They really don't. LCD monitors barely use any power. The biggest power consumption is a graphics card. If you play a lot of games, that's where your power bill goes up. Good question, Bump Fungus. A vertical monitor, I don't need to, because I've seen people do it. It's if you have like PDFs and Word documents. Sometimes I've done it in the past, but most of the times I don't need to. And especially if I've got like a widescreen monitor, I'll just partition one side of it with a Fancy Zone, and then the other side productivity, and that works.
I am running 4 monitors now, all widescreen.
Cool.
I've got a 27-inch in front of me and 3 24s. So
Cool.
I've got either side. And you're right, the productivity makes it so much easier. I mean, you know, when I'm doing, like for example, you know, I did those 3D printed bases or whatever. Well, if I'm doing a railway thing, I can have my picture on one side, I can have the 3D modeling there, and I can have the dimensional drawing over here. And then still have a movie playing up there. While I'm doing it. You know. You don't have to keep moving from one tab to another. You just move.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's like it's like you're in VR, except that you're not. It's just monitors. It's
You know what? That is something that's weird. I got this game. It's a car racing game, and that one you can run all your monitors at the same time, and it is so weird having like the windscreen there, so to speak, and then the sides, you know, here. You look to the side and just see stuff going by. It's like looking out the side window of a car. It's kind of weird, but also really cool.
Combine that.
So
with
my main monitor
G25
is a 30. Sorry, what was that? Nobody.
Combine that setup with my Logitech G25 racing wheel, and you've got it all.
Yeah.
I have 3 pedals and everything. 900-degree turning radius.
Yeah. My main monitor is a 32-inch 1920p resolution monitor, and it's bigger than my son's actual television. And he's like, he once he realized that and realized I sit like a meter away from it, he just said, "No wonder your eyes are fucked, Abigail." And since then, I'm like, oh yeah, I should like sit back a bit and just put glasses on. But you know,
well, I mean, an idea is I cannot touch my monitor.
Yeah, I can't touch mine.
You know, it's like a real stretch to be able to.
So I also have this monitor stand that bolts to the desk that can theoretically hold 6 monitors, 3 at the bottom, 3 at the top.
6 monitors.
But it was made like 15 years ago in the age of like 19-inch
CRTs.
4x3. No, not CRTs.
I'm thinking about that and thinking,
4x3 aspect ratio monitors. So
I'm thinking about that and thinking, a 5th monitor would be really useful, because then I can have this Discord in the other one, you know.
The only time I used it with 6 actual monitors was when I had my 31st birthday party. I set that up. I borrowed a couple of video cards from work. This was before video cards had multiple outputs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had at most 2 outputs, or even 1 output, and it was VGA or DVI.
Mhm.
And so I borrowed a couple of video, and I was head of IT, so I just asked myself if I could borrow them. Yeah, I was like second in charge of the whole department.
I kind of love the
under
idea of
under
like,
under the
can I
under
borrow
the
that monitor? You know,
under
can I
the
borrow that
actual
monitor? Yes, you can.
company director. Anyway, so I set up 6 monitors in a corner with for the music, and I had different visualizations, music visualizations on each different monitor, and just pumping techno music, and it was amazing. It looked incredible.
Yeah.
So that was good.
I've
But
got
I'm slumming it on 2 monitors at the moment. It's awful because that monitor stand is too big for this desk.
yes.
If I have tried to set it up and the monitor is just way too close, it's like sits
Oh,
here
dear.
and it's just too close to my face. So
You know, I do
yeah,
live streams with my modeling table. So I've got a modeling table behind me against the balcony windows, and
Yep.
the video cameras above, and I will just do live streams while I'm doing some modeling. And the amount of times where it's like, I don't know, I can do it. I can, you can do it with 1 monitor, but really you need 2, because I can't watch the live stream and have the picture of the thing that I'm modeling at the same time. That is just, so I need to get around to getting another monitor so I can at least have 2 over there. And speaking of computery stuff, so my friend,
is this going to take a while because I want to answer Bum Fungus's
oh yeah,
point.
sure.
I had a CRT mount for a desk. It was like you see those arm mounts for lights. It was a heavy duty one of those with a giant plate, right, and a handle at the bottom, and you bolt the CRT monitor to the bottom of it and move it around with the handle.
I think I've seen
And
one
it was
of those.
heavy.
Yeah.
It's heavy duty,
Heavy as fuck,
and it
yeah.
only holds 1, obviously.
Yeah.
And you have to hold it down with the bolts at the bottom, not just screws. They're like proper like 1 centimeter bolts, and they're hydraulic. You can't just get away with springs and shit. Angry, you would have seen them.
I feel like I've seen some of those sorts of things.
I remember having a 21-inch flat screen.
I ended. Oh yeah, I had a friend who bought a 21-inch CRT. The thing was so big that to get it to his house, he had to take it out of the box to get it into his car. And even then,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So that stand, that CRT mount, I ended up I found it in an op shop somewhere, and I thought, oh my god, I haven't seen one of these, and in forever, and I never used it because I had LCD monitors. So I used it first as a laptop stand, and then as a pizza stand.
A pizza
eventually.
stand.
It just had pizza on it. Late night gaming sessions. With pizza. So
it's funny looking at which kind of going back to the Star Trek thing, how how monitors have changed, so therefore the sets have changed. So I've got a picture here, just going to share it. So this is Star Trek Voyager from the 90s. and they've got a monitor built into the set.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, it's a big chunky monitor.
Oh yeah, the original the Enterprise D, the all the monitors were CRT monitors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And-
they had
and-
to be special monitors though. They couldn't be just like your normal standard ones because, if you see video of like an LCD display or something like that, and it's LEDs and they flicker at a certain rate, so you can almost get this kind of weird speckly thing going on. Well, they couldn't have that because otherwise you end up getting the lines
expanding.
going.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
because the frame rate of shooting a thing with the refresh rate of a CRT monitor.
Yeah, I mean, there's,
Yeah.
there's a somewhat famous video of a helicopter that's kind of going round,
Oh
And-
yeah.
and the blades there's like you can see the four
Oh,
blades on it, but they're just like going like that. This helicopter's
Yes.
flying around with
And-
just
and-
the blades going slowly.
if you take digital footage of an airplane's propeller blades, the effect is trippy as heck because of the scan rate of the camera is slower than the propeller blades.
Yeah,
Even
Also,
sometimes you see digital photos because of scan rate where someone's taking a photo of themselves in the mirror and themselves in the mirror is thing, and the scan rate for themselves and the mirror is different. So their expression on one side is different to the expression on the mirror because the scan rate was different.
yeah. Also, Safa Domino's is just awful pizza.
But also, Safa, literally, if at midnight on a Friday night you're thinking pizza, it's fine. It's terrible, but it's fine.
Oh,
Terrible if you don't like it.
they
It's
say
great.
there's no such thing as bad pizza. Whoever said that didn't taste Domino's.
Oh yeah,
The last
whole
time
line
I
about
ate
bad pizza and bad sex, it's like,
Ugh.
yeah, no, you've never had sex with someone who's very bad at sex. If you think there's no bad,
Yeah, I've had both. I've had bad sex and I've had bad pizza, and it was Domino's.
Coincidentally, I've been eating bad sex while having. Sorry, no, that works. Sorry. That
While
actually
having the
works.
pizza.
I misspoke, but it still works.
My head is going. Oh my
Eating
god!
bad
what's going
sex
on
while
with
having
pizza?
bad pizza. Yeah. Okay. That still works, quite honestly.
Yeah.
See, Safa, what you need to do, and this is what I do: freezer pizza. Supermarket freezer pizza is at least as good as Domino's. Keep a freezer pizza. So when you're at one of these late night things and just like fuck it,
So
you're actually better off doing a freezer pizza than a Domino's.
So what I do is you get a frozen supermarket margarita pizza.
Yes, that's what
which
I
is
always
just
get, yeah.
which is just a base. It's just the pizza base, tomato sauce, and a little bit of cheese. They don't add much. And then I buy shredded mozzarella.
Yes.
I keep it in the fridge,
and
I'll just open a tin of pineapple. I'll add some oregano, some I might if I'm game enough, I'll chop up some onion, pineapple, add some cheese, and it just is amazing. It's
okay,
so
I'm going to
good.
throw out, and I learned this from last time Dr. Abigail was over with her love of onion and pineapple on pizza. I caramelized some onion and put some pizza in the fry pan with the onion that was caramelizing. Fuck me sideways, that makes it just a supermarket margarita, and you slowly caramelize some onion and pineapple in a fry pan. Then you put that on top, and then you put a bit more cheese on that and put it. Oh my god, that was a fucking killer pizza.
Now, here in the UK, I can go to my supermarket and they choose your own pizza basically. So you get 4 toppings. So you just get the basic. You get, like I say, you get the flatbread.
Yeah.
You put tomato on it, stick load cheese on it, and then it's like, right, what would you like? And you can go for barbecue instead of tomato as well, which is quite nice. And it's like you just pick a whole bunch of things as meatballs and you know, ham, bacon, mushrooms, and pineapple is my perfection.
Yeah, that's good. I say so. Bum Fungus was saying
sprinkle cheese on top, but bit of oil, and you stick it in the oven for 30 minutes. And it's done.
The thing about freezer pizza is you just don't. It's a starting off point. You don't have just the freezer pizza because it's Domino's at that point. It's just it's average at best.
Yeah.
You got to add to it.
Although if again. The king of supermarket freezer pizza is Dr. Oetker. And again, I believe, because I was in a Facebook group, Dr. Oetker Pizza Appreciation Society, where we would alert each other if it was half price that week at the supermarkets. But then someone went, oh my God, I literally looked up the guy and said, I think he was a Nazi. I think Dr. Oetker was a Nazi.
You know what? When you said
we like Nazi pizza? Is that what's happening?
When you said that name, my brain sort of went, wait a minute, wasn't that the thing that they did with like Nintendo something? And it was the brain training thing like 15 years ago or something?
I don't know. They're in the supermarket here. It's a freezer pizza called Dr. Oetker, and someone searched it, and in our Facebook group they're going, oh my God, I think Dr. Oetker was a Nazi. We're like, oh my God, we like Nazi pizza. That's terrible.
So Bum Fungus raises a good point. The base can taste like cardboard.
Yes.
Depends on the brand. You got to find a good brand.
And again, in
don't
Australia
get
at least the Rolls Royce is Dr. Oetker.
If it comes in a black and white no-name brand box, don't bother. You might as well eat Domino's at that point. I'm really bagging on Domino's. The last time I ate Domino's pizza, I couldn't finish it. It was awful. I was still hungry and I couldn't finish it. It was the worst. It was actually a bad pizza.
Yeah.
I'm really. McCain's fine. You can't go wrong with McCain.
Dr. Oetker Quattro Formaggi, which is a 4-cheese margarita. Fucking rocks. You top that with whatever you want, even if it's just a little bit extra cheese. That fucking rocks. That's my gold standard. Dr. Oetker Quattro Formaggi is my gold standard.
If you find a Turkish place that's open, at a convenient time for you, can't go too wrong with snack packs.
Oh fucking hell!
Oh.
Late night Turkish, whether it's kebabs or their version of pizza or halal snack pack, you just give me the greasy.
When I was eating meat, there is a kebab place around the corner from my place, Fitzroy Kebabs, they're called. Hands down, the best kebabs ever. They're not paying me for this, and I don't even eat meat anymore.
You don't eat meat anymore.
If you want to eat fucking deceased lamb in a rolled up piece of bread, that's where you go for it.
Every time I go to a kebab place and you see the big chunk of meat on a small thing, it just makes me think. It just makes me think it's an elephant's leg.
Yeah, no, honestly, it probably is. It probably is.
Do you know one of the great things?
Extra cheese on a 4-cheese pizza. Fuck yes, that is literally. I love doing the thing. You get the bags of shredded cheese from the supermarket that says that's 4 cheeses. So I like getting a thing. It's a freezer thing that says it's already 4 cheeses. Add 4 more cheeses. So I now have an 8-cheese pizza. I'm fucking.
Oh, Bum Fungus. I live so close to Lygon Street. I'm literally a walk away from Lygon Street. I'm so spoiled. I don't know.
Dr. Abigail lives in an awesome part of town.
Yeah. I'm in Fitzroy, which is just next to Carlton, and I could walk to Doc Pizza. I can't recall if I've actually been there, but there are so many good pizza places around here.
My favorite on Lygon.
That's probably why I'm bagging on Domino's so much, because
because you're that
I'm
close.
just my standards are so much higher
My favorite on Lygon Street is called Cafe Cavallino. The decor's awful. Like they've got the red and white check things, and the dude is obsessed with the Ferrari racing team, and
I've
the whole
seen that
interior
place.
is really garish racing, and it's
Yeah.
the core staff are an extended Italian family. They have extra staff who are, I think, students at Melbourne Uni, so they could be anything. But their 5-cheese pizza, the Cinque Formaggi, is hands down. I will fucking knife fight someone. I will do Mad Max Thunderdome shit to get their Cinque Formaggi.
I will have to take you. The best pizza I've ever had is this place, Preston, I think. Just north of Carlton and Brunswick.
Yeah.
It's called Old School Pizza, or like it's a wood-fired pizza place. Can't get it. You can get it takeaway. Sorry, delivery. But when you eat in, it's literally the best. We're going there next time. Actually, we're having birthday dinner there. My lady friend lives just above where that is situated, so she'll be there.
Okay, well, that
I'm
like
doing it.
Win. Good pizza,
yes.
And then you having birthdays with a lady friend. I mean, honestly.
Well, yeah, potentially. I was going to say live stream, but
I'm willing to do a live stream while you were getting it on with lady friend. I'm just saying.
That would get a bit awkward, but I'm into that.
I know, right?
With you in the room while we're... I mean, I don't know if YouTube will allow that.
Probably not. And also, I might get imprisoned. I literally might get imprisoned afterwards.
I mean, we could turn into a hot tub stream.
I know. It could be a whole thing.
Yeah. Well, we could do... Yeah, I mean, we could do like a dinner there, and then a birthday live stream another night.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the great things of living where I live. So, unfortunately, thanks to a bunch of racist people in the 60s, we have all but ghettos in all but name.
Yeah.
And so basically the crappy end of town, where they take in anybody, lodge, any spare room, they lodge it out to someone, and then they ended up buying the house when they retired and so on. So you end up, there's like an Indian part of town, a Pakistani part of town, there's even a Polish part of town now, and a bit of a Chinese one as well. So we are well served. The great thing about diversity is people come to another country and they bring their food preferences, with them. It's like, I'm going to open a Turkish restaurant because I'm Turkish, and there's a Greek one, and stuff in the city and stuff as well. Well, we're within, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes walk from here. There's about 7 takeaways. And you can just like phone them up and order over the phone and pay over the phone. So so it's brilliant to have so many curry and options. Just because there's so many people from Pakistan and India who moved into this part of the country. Makes you wonder. Kind of like you got a semi-small town out in like East Anglia or something where there's probably no white people for 25 miles. And it's like, well, what kind of shitty takeaway food do they get? And I know because I've been to Ipswich, and it's like we'll go get curry, and when it comes it's like it's not as good as what I get at home.
I don't care where you go, when it's a monoculture of people, the food's boring. Like, you can be in suburbia of where I grew up in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. There was like one dude who was he was from South Africa. He was dark skinned, and he was the only dark person I knew the entire school. I think there was a kid who was Indian, but no, it was just white people as far as the eye could see, and it was just meat and three veg, and it's boring as fuck, and or you could go to like Central Russia, and the soup is cabbagey water fluid, or you could go to some Indian town and it's all like curry and rice everywhere, and it just tastes like curry
and not only
everywhere.
that, I mean, there's an off license down the road, so it's a place where they can sell alcohol, and they'll be open at 6 o'clock in the morning and shut at like 9 or 10 at night on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And they'll be there. They'll be open. Oh, you forgot to get some, wrapping. You need a bit of emergency wrapping paper. There they are. On Christmas Day, and it's brilliant. And and I remember like maybe 20 years ago, where everything was shut between Christmas and New Year.
Yes,
there was nothing open for a week.
Yeah. Hang on. So your point was not that on Christmas Day they closed early?
No. The point is that, in like 20 years ago, it was almost like everything just shut. So, a couple of days before, like Christmas Eve, everyone did their Mad Christmas shop, because that's the last time you got a chance to
until post New Year's.
And then everything would be shut till like,
New
Day.
Yeah. I was in Bangkok during actual Christmas and New Year, and like over that period, and on Christmas, like the lead up to Christmas, on Christmas Day and afterwards, you wouldn't know. You just wouldn't know. They don't do Christmas. There were no nothing. Nothing said Christmas at all. They did New Year's Eve. That was a hoot. I went to a gay bar, and all the girls were looking at my hair saying, "How did you do that? How did you do that?" Because dyeing hair isn't a thing in Thailand. Like Christmas just didn't happen. It was great. I felt so relieved, because I don't do Christmas. I actually can't stand Christmas. It's just a commercial bullshit.
Couldn't agree more.
Are you okay?
Nobody's doing it.
I'm running low.
Are you okay? Nobody?
Fuck off. So,
no, he's fucking off.
Okay.
I shall see you all.
Take care, nobody.
Yeah. Good night.
Sayonara, bro.
Bye. Good night.
But what are you saying about things shutting down? I always remember my mum, who was like running the family finances, like with her generation, like, yes, the man's in charge, but the woman was doing all the functional shit. And this is when I was a kid. Banks shut at 5 on a Friday. There was no electronic banking. There were no ATMs. So you basically, prior to 5 o'clock on Friday, organized, what am I doing this weekend? What money do I need for this weekend? I need to get it now, because post 5 p.m. on Friday, you cannot get any more cash money, because there are no banks.
Yeah. There was like a mad rush on the banks. Like Friday afternoon.
Yeah. My mum managed that shit. And I remember thinking, when I realized what she had to take into account, she had to take into account things she knew would happen on the weekend, and also just have a buffer for shit you don't know is going to happen on the weekend, because you were on your fucking own in the 70s and into the early 80s. You were on your fucking own on the weekends. And
And now I can pick
Yeah.
up my phone and do online banking and send you money if I wanted to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I
Look, I can have groceries delivered to my door within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We did
Like-
that on a previous stream. It was literally
Yeah.
like you get a text from a friend like, "Shit, can you help me with this?" And you go, "Yeah," and it's done.
Yeah.
But in the before times, you were just fucked.
Yeah.
You
I
were
remember.
on your own.
Do you remember when I think it was the mid 80s when there was like legislation brought in that they wanted to allow Sunday trading.
Oh, that was
And-
madness. Weekend
Like,
trading, yes.
You're allowed to open your shops on a Sunday? What?
This was a funny thing that happened in Melbourne because
Mm.
Sunday trading, weekend trading was limited, and like bookshops were allowed to open on a weekend, but like furniture shops weren't. And there were these guys who ran these big furniture shops who were really pissed off. So they just decreed on the weekends they were a bookshop, and they would do these things where they would put a book on a bed and said, "I'm going to sell you that copy of Harold Robbins' latest thing for $1,200, and if you buy it,
You get
you
this
can
bed
just
for
pick up the
free."
bed that it's sitting on, and that's free." And it was basically they shamed the government into liberalizing the opening laws because the rules they had were dumb as shit. And
I wonder when this happened, because I wonder if it coincided with us having that, because we had, a thing in Parliament, and are we going to allow Sunday trading? So it's like 10 till 4.
How do you have a law that says you're not allowed to have a shop open?
Well,
at a time that you
taken for granted as recently as like the 90s, it was taken for granted.
Well, according to Strictly Sega, when they moved to WA in 2010, they still didn't have Sunday trading. Like,
yeah, it's weird.
That's so weird. Like, how do you legislate that? Like, how do you have a law against that?
Shit just wasn't open, and everyone took it for granted. Shit wasn't open.
Well, there were certain things that, certain places that could be open. So off licenses, they could be open. I understand.
Emergency stuff was supermarkets, chemists, and bottle shops were allowed to be open.
Yeah, alcohol. Yeah,
it was fucking great.
I do know that the whole church thing, because Sunday was church day. I get that.
It was a church
but
thing,
how do you make it illegal to have your shop open and have pay staff to work there
and literally
because it's church day?
Shops that opened would get prosecuted. They would absolutely get prosecuted. And that's
I
said,
do not understand that.
These furniture shops highlighted the absurdity of the laws. They would just open and say, "We're not selling furniture, we're selling books," because bookshops are allowed to be open. And here's this book that you can buy for X $100, and it happens to be sitting on a lounge suite. You can just pick up the lounge suite and carry the book out on the lounge suite, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And they eventually shamed the government into kind of equalizing the laws, but it was fucking weird.
So I just looked it up. It was 1994, July 94, when they changed the law to allow Sunday trading. And what
I think it was only the 90s here too. Yeah,
it was limited to the only stores that weren't allowed to at that before then were ones that were over 280 meters square. So supermarkets, big mall type places, things like that. Chain stores basically.
Yeah. Saf was asking me when the bed shit happened. That was like 80s to early 90s. because that's how fucking recent that weird shit was. I also remember living in a shared house in the late 80s, early 90s. I was working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and some other members of the household weren't. They were either unemployed or were working part-time. And in terms of going shopping to the supermarkets were only open 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and 9 a.m. till noon on Saturday. And we're trying to say, like, someone in the house has to do some shopping. I'll put in money. Someone has to do it. And this absolute fucking piece of shit who was in my shared house, he was like going, you have to do it. And I'm like, motherfucker, you are not busy Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 when I'm at fucking work. The only time I'm not at work when the fucking supermarkets are open are between 9 and 12 on Saturday. And if we go out on Friday night and I get fucked up, I'm not wanting to get up. So you can go to the supermarket anytime, you fucking cunt. And he was like, meh, meh, meh. Also, side note, this guy was a dead ringer for the actor Charles Dance. And if you don't know the actor Charles Dance, he dies in almost everything he's in. It's
the Sean Bean of
he's an
Australian
older
movies.
Sean Bean. The most recent role Charles Dance was famous for was in the Game of Thrones TV show. He was the head of the House Lannister, and he died in Game of Thrones too.
I just love the idea that Charles Dance is the
OG
Sean Bean.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, he's OG Sean Bean, right? He's older than Sean Bean.
Yeah,
and so,
okay.
No, I mean OG, as in old gangs,
Yeah. So when this guy who was in my shared house, who pissed me off, and one of my other house members went, yeah, he looks like Charles Dance. And we all joked, Charles Dance dies in everything he's in. So if this guy was pissing us off, we would just watch a movie where Charles Dance died. And it would cheer us up.
The only thing I remember him from, apart from Game of Thrones, is it was a miniseries based on an Arthur C. Clarke novel. Childhood's End. He was
okay.
He didn't die at the end.
The Golden Child. He was the bad guy in that.
Yes, he was a bad guy in that. He was a bad guy in a Schwarzenegger film, The Last Action Hero, and he died in that. But he also did a bunch of like art house films in the 90s, and he fucking died in all of them. So basically, Charles Dance died in everything he was in. So in this shared house with this guy who legit was like Charles Dance's brother. He looked really similar. And a couple of other house members said, yeah, he looks just like Charles Dance. So when he was pissing us off, we would just go, yeah, let's just watch a movie where Charles Dance dies now. And it would be our fucking therapy for this guy who was pissing us off.
So,
he was in the Imitation Game as well. He didn't die in that.
He doesn't die in everything, but he dies in a lot.
Yeah. Sean Bean got so sick of being typecast as the guy who dies.
The guy who dies.
And then when he was in The Martian, and there's this like mid-credit scene of him playing golf at the end, I'm like, hang on, that's got to be something wrong. Sean Bean didn't die? What? Huh? But yeah, he doesn't want to.
Everything is just 90% of the stuff he's in.
He just doesn't want. Sean Bean actively doesn't want to die in any more movies or TV shows. He's so sick of it.
So I just happened to look up the whole Sunday trading nonsense. So apparently, the Shops Act of 1950 regulated Sunday shopping hours, making it legal for shops to sell most products on a Sunday. And apparently in 1986, they tried to do Margaret Thatcher tried to do the Shops Bill of 1986 to deregulate that kind of stuff. And Parliament told her to fuck off. And it wasn't until 94 that, when Labour in power, that Labour didn't tell her to fuck off because she was already gone. But,
Megaleech in the comments with a zinger.
He does point
Sean-
out.
I just want
in
to
the
finish up.
Martian-
Sean Bean's gonna need some ointment for that burn, Megaleech.
Yeah.
I just want
Yeah.
to finish off on that Sunday trading thing. One of the
Yeah.
things that was a worry when the Thatcher one happened in '86 was that Labour were worried that, because obviously they had a lot of union, support.
Sure. Yes.
And they were worried that, people would be forced to work on Sunday.
Yeah.
And so, one of the interesting things, one of the things I can't stand about the British, House of Lords is the fact that we've got a bunch of bishops that are on the House of Lords. It's like,
Yep.
I don't
We have a Senate.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God, but we got a national anthem, "God Save the Queen." Well, what God's this then?
Yeah.
But the,
Strictly Sega. Worked at Rod Laver Arena where they couldn't serve drinks on Anzac Day.
Oof.
That's
There's-
the day to drink. I don't know an Anzac who served who would not agree that it is the day. Pour one out for your mates.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Pour one out for those who you lost.
What I'm hearing now is Aidsy's voice going, Straya.
Straya.
The 2 days where everything's shut are Good Friday and Anzac Day. Those are the 2 days.
Anzac Day, I get that. That's I don't know if Laura gets the cultural relevance of Anzac Day. You look like you just had a religious experience in Angry.
That was my freezer martini that I love it because every now and then I top it up and I don't know what it's going to taste like next time I pour one out. This is the first time I've tasted this one after pouring it out, and so I was like,
I'm abstaining from alcohol while my leg heals. So
okay, you and you're making the right decisions.
So Anzac Day in Australia is it's pretty a solemn day for us culturally.
It's representing Gallipoli and
See, look,
so
Strictly Sega was just waiting for me to pull out the freezer martini. Again, it's taken 4 hours into the. It's taken until 4 hours. Yeah. Okay.
Also, drinking alcohol is like just a cross solemn / event. Like we do it for everything.
One year, some cops set up an RBT thing on the road back from a dawn service, and everyone's going like, "Dude, dog act, fucking dog act."
Yeah.
If these guys cannot sync one in memory of friends, and you're gonna fucking RBT people on the way back, fucking dog act.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to like Sunday trading and stuff like that, when it went through the in the 90s. It's one of those times when I actually agreed with the bishops or whatever in the House of Lords, because they didn't argue about, well, it's the God's Day of Rest kind of nonsense. It was like we should restrict the amount of time they're open, so a maximum of 6 hours instead of the normal like
8 hours,
8
10,
to 10
12,
hours,
whatever it is. Well, no, I mean many are open later than that, But anyway, and it was basically, people should be able to have a day off, not because they pray to God. It's because people shouldn't be forced, and if you're going to have it, then it should be limited.
No one's forcing it. It's not like it's slavery. Like you have award wages and you pay people double time because it's a Sunday.
If you do,
and
Yeah,
if
they
you,
don't
I
always
mean,
do
if
that,
it's
yeah.
legislated,
Again,
but like
you get
no
the
one's
Tories who
forcing
want to
anyone
make
to work.
Sunday the same as any other day.
No, and that's a part of it.
No.
You know, it wasn't forcing people to work, but you know, it was allowing the stores to be open. So if you want to earn a bit more money that week,
I
you can
get it.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you can't afford to pay your workers a fair wage on a Sunday, which is supposed to be, you know, the weekend is for resting, then you don't deserve to be open.
Exactly. If you cannot run a business while paying your staff a proper wage, you are bad at running a business. It's just
Indeed.
fucking hell.
Have I shown you my Kokodama ball?
Okay, that sounds very sexual, and I'm up for it.
It's a type of bonsai plant.
Okay, I'm slightly let down. I'm slightly.
Sorry.
No, slightly, only slightly.
It's
Oh no! Now I'm interested.
It's Kokodama. It's Japanese. It literally translates to moss ball.
Yeah.
Inside this ball of twine is moss, and inside that moss is dirt and the plant roots. And this is growing out of that, and I just water the twine, and it's the moss soaks up all that water and waters the plant. And this is about a month old, hasn't died or anything, so it's doing okay. And you can hang it up, and it's my plant ball.
Nice.
I am terrible for letting plants continue to grow. And yet, right now, in my cupboard, I've got 2 cloves of garlic that have got about, sort of 3 centimeters.
Oh God, I've got a pot over there. So I've set up a grow light in my kitchen to grow some seedlings and seeds and stuff. And I've got a pot with like several bulbs of garlic that have just shot up, and it's just amazing. And I've got like over a dozen plants in my living room now that refuse to die because I finally figured out how to grow plants. All my life I've killed plants, and now I'm plant mum. In fact, my son Will almost killed this plant, and I've brought it back to life.
Nice.
I've literally administered elvish medicine to this plant. This was all like brown and dying like this bottom here. And I did actually accidentally water it with isopropyl alcohol one time, which would have killed it. I have all these squirty bottles, and I had one with IPA in it, and I just went spray.
Fucking lose it at this point.
And I spray. Hang on, that doesn't smell right. And oh shit, diluted it all the way down, and it survived. So luckily it vaporizes pretty quickly, but it's like it's shot back up. It's looking green again, and it's not drooping. And I fixed a plant. Not only can I keep plants alive, but I can bring them back from the dead.
Oh dear. Sorry, I'm
seeing
that as rearing children in. Oh my god! I accidentally gave them isopropyl alcohol, but I'm just. That's why I'm laughing so much. I'm just thinking.
Nah, it's funny in hindsight. It reminds me of the time when I was a teenager and I was making pure ethanol at home.
Yes.
Because that's what you do when you're a chemistry nerd. And I was getting rid of some methanol, and I just like sprayed it just like out of a flask onto the lawn outside in the back, and it made this perfect half circle moon-shaped patch of dead grass, and my dad had no idea what the hell happened. I wasn't about to tell him, but he was like,
you wouldn't tell him. You wouldn't tell him.
he was like, I'm not even mad. It looks cool. I really want to know how this happened. And I'm like, I was old enough to know back then. That point, don't
say anything.
Just don't. Yeah.
Don't say anything.
But yeah, I killed this perfectly, like, because I just went poosh, and it made this perfect half circle of dead grass. But speaking of bad parenting, my mother once told me, speaking of bad parent, like oops parenting. It's not bad parenting, but oops parenting. My mum was babysitting one time as a teenager. This is way before I was born, obviously. And this is in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s.
What you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. And she was babysitting, and she was a teenager, and the kids she was babysitting had lice, hair lice, and she needed to get it. She wanted to get rid of them, and she'd heard that if you rub petrol into the kids' hair, it kills the lice. Angry's head's about to explode.
No,
now, what
I've heard that, and this is.
I'm sure it would actually kill the lice, but what happens is it just forms this jelly of goo in the hair that's almost impossible to get out. And it's just it mixes with the oils in your hair, and it froths up and emulsifies, and it just turns into this petrol-y, smelly, hydrocarbony, gooey jelly of awfulness.
You're fucking bald is what we're saying, because that's the only one you can do.
And it kills the hair, and she just like it haunted her dreams forever after that. And yeah, oops. She didn't do that with us, but there was this one time when she was cutting my hair when I was like 10, maybe 8 or 9 years old. She was cutting my hair in the kitchen and accidentally snipped my ear. Like she was using like these like almost heavy duty scissors.
Shears.
Well, they weren't shears, but they were like, fabric scissors. They were just these heavy scissors. And she just went, she was cutting hair, cutting, and all of a sudden she just said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I'm just sitting there like, why? What? I didn't feel a thing. And she'd snipped about 0.5 centimeter into the top of my earlobe.
Wow.
I did not feel a thing. And there was blood everywhere.
Can I just double check? Your mother wasn't, like Picasso's wife or anything?
No, she's not that old. To this day, I won't let her live it down, even though I never felt a thing. But, like, I swear, I did not feel it. Did we just lose Angry?
No.
Oh, there he
is. You've got just with you just chopping bits off ears.
Well, she snipped. Imagine this is my earlobe. She just went snip into it like a line, not cutting a section off, but just went snip into it. And yeah, like I couldn't feel it. I don't know what the big deal was, but I imagine if I did that to my son, I would have the same reaction as she. I have that reaction if I cut a little too close to the red stuff inside of my cat's claws.
So many years ago, when I was still at school, one of the other kids ended up getting nits, head lice, And so it's like, need a haircut. Mum, will you get him out as well? And so so she was like going through. My mum is kind of squeamish, and so she's like, oh god, oh, there's another one. She'd like have the neck comb and then go and hear the crushing noise. And she'd do another, and like after about 20 minutes of this, I just said, don't, just give me a number 4. So a crew cut. It's the last time and possibly only time I've ever had a crew cut. So do you remember Alexander from Star Trek Next Generation? How his head was kind of
yes.
That's what my head looked like with the crew cut.
No.
Like I say, with a crew cut, it just looked awful, so bad. So yeah, that was the Do you know what?
I've never shaved my head. Various of my friends, both male and female, have shaved heads, and a bunch of them have looked great. My head is weird and misshapen, and I feel if it was revealed to the universe, everyone would just go like, yeah, okay, dude, what the...
I feel like do you remember Coneheads?
Mm-hmm.
Dan Aykroyd.
My it's not cone shaped. It's
like,
you know when you pick up a potato in the supermarket and you go, it's weird, it's misshapen, and it's got bits that go in it. That's
weird. Is it genetic?
That's the potato that you put back.
You just got
hit. I don't know. I got hit in the head with a discus when I was in high school. I've told that story a few times on streams. It's like I think there's a bit that's a divot on my head as a result of that particular. But no, for reals. Like I had a hairdresser in the 90s. Was like, we're going to cut your hair short, and we're going to do a flat top. And then he hit actual head, and he's like, "Oh no, I was going back in a straight line, and I hit a bit of it." And I went, "Yeah, sorry, man, that's my head." That's.
Are you similar that finding hats that fit is a problem?
I have
no.
that problem.
I just literally need to get the biggest hat. I'll go out there. I've got a couple of hats on a hat stand out there. I just went to specialist hat people who had things that went beyond the normal spectrum. It's a thing that I used to do in retail environments where they sold hats. And I would be looking at, they have some interesting hats. And someone would go, "Can I help you?" And I went, "No, you can't." And and I'd say, "Go out, get me the biggest hat you have." And they said, "But what style do you want?" No. The style doesn't matter. Literally just get the biggest hat you have, and it will not fit me. And they're going, "Oh, I'm sorry." I went, no, it can be a fucking baseball cap. Those little baseball caps with the adjustable things on the back. And even if I undo that, and they'll go, "For sure." And they'll go off and they'll get a hat and they'll go, "Here's a big hat." And it will just fucking sit on the top of my head. And at which point the shop assistant goes, "Fuck me. What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, I can't just buy hats either. They're always too small. They'll like sit at a point and just squeeze my head, and I'll end up getting a headache.
I've got some. I've got some that are the right size, and they're fucking awesome, and I love them because there is one hat specialist who has the hat in
the hattery in the CBD under Flinders Street.
You know it. The Flinders.
Yeah.
Then no, that's where I get my hats from them.
Yeah.
They
My
have-
favorite hat is one I made myself, and I
Yeah.
measured my hat size and did it.
Okay,
I-
I'm just going to go out and
I've
get
got
a
a
hat.
few-
You keep talking.
I've got a few hats, but the problem is that they all want to go up. You know, it's a little bit like my waistline. You know, I'm sort of fat in the middle, and so although the bodice fits, it wants to go up to the skinniest part above my tummy. But you know, so it's like, yeah, I've got this, but again, it wants to. It just doesn't. You know, I know that if I move around, it's just going to go like that. You know, this.
Yeah.
If I walked past an ant that farted, it would fall off. There's just too much wind there. And I've got another one that's sort of similar, but you know, again, it doesn't really go onto my head. You know, it just doesn't have enough shout. You know, in it. And then I went and bought this one because I thought that might work, but it doesn't. It doesn't. You know, biggest that you can find, of course, but you know, you have to kind of wedge it on, and then it just pinches my ears. So the only one I've found that works, although I've lost my flower on it, is this one. This one fits and works nicely. So,
All right.
Cool.
Oh,
Nice. I'm fading. My spoons are running low, and I've got someone on Discord who needs my help with something. So I'm gonna head off.
that's fine.
And it is like 12:30
Okay,
at night.
okay. I'm thinking, why am I
12.
hearing this? That's your Discord thing. That's doing.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. That's yours, is it?
No, it's yours. It's not mine. I
Mine.
don't
It's not mine.
might be
It's
mine.
Laura's.
Yeah.
That's Laura's. Oh my god.
That's a nice hat. I like that hat, Angry.
Yeah, no. This is your class Australian Akubra, 64 inches circumference, which is hilarious because your average retailer has hat sizes that go up to 60 to 62 inch circumference. To which I say, motherfucking lightweight.
Oh, hey, I got one more thing. Abigail might find this cool. I lost a lot of weight lately. So you remember I said I went on a diet and meal replacement bars and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So I actually got weighed last week because I got the blood test for my, you know, see what my hormone levels are like. So hopefully it might go up. My HRT might go up and I'll be getting testosterone blockers. Who knows? But I've lost 7.5 kilos now.
Cool.
Which is really good.
Nice. My
I-
weight loss has plateaued a bit, so I need to like keep
Yeah.
working at it.
Mine
Yeah.
went from
But anyway,
136.
I'm gonna head off.
Good night.
Abigail's going to head
Good
off. Laura, you're going to finish a story, and then
Yep.
I feel like I'm fading, and we might head off. But I all love to you, Dr. Abigail.
Good night. Live
Good
long and prosper. And I'll talk soon. Are you streaming tomorrow or is it date night?
No, tomorrow night is a stream night. So
Okay, cool. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, I went. I was weighed last week, and I weigh 129 kilos, down from 136.5. So I'm really quite pleased about that. And then my friends went and bought me a cake with, you know, like really, 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 really sugary icing on it.
Yeah.
It was tasty, but you know, but it was there and I ate it anyway. This is always the problem for me. You know, just like, you know, I remember reading one of these sort of books on how to raise kids and stuff, you know. And one of them was about like, oh, they'll only eat pizza, they'll only eat chips. And it's like, they eat what you buy. If you don't buy it, they can't eat it. It's not like they get, you know, go and pick up the cars for the Volvo and drive off to the supermarket. No, you're the one that buys it. And so I kind of try not to buy sweet stuff because then I haven't got stuff that I might stuff in my face. So,
Sorry, I was very much focusing on thinking. Yes, I think I'm going to sign off now. So my whole plan of maybe doing stuff and playing, not happening. But thank you so much for joining, Laura. I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. But anyway, it's been a fun night. I've really enjoyed having everyone on who was on. But I am going to retire for the evening. Will be a stream on Saturday night. So you all take care wherever you are. If you can join us, that will be fine. Bye,
thanks for having me. Bye bye, everybody.
everyone. See you all another time. Bye for now. Bye.